Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, Democrats are grasping at straws these days. The other day, the Democrat leader came to the floor and tried to reboot the notion that the clean CR sitting before us here in the Senate is a partisan CR. Yep. Apparently a bill with no partisan add-ons, strictly a bill to fund the government, is a partisan bill. Only in Democrat land, Mr. President. Democrat leader, of course, continues to try to push this ludicrous narrative that Republicans or President Trump shut down the government. That's right. The party that demanded nothing and put forward a clean, nonpartisan bill is the party that shut down the government. And the party that demanded $1.5 trillion to keep the government open until Friday, until Halloween. That's what their bill would do. $1.5 trillion in new spending to keep the federal government open until Friday. I wonder if Democrats have seen some of the recent headlines, like this one. And I quote, "Benefits cliff amps up pressure on Senate Democrats," end quote, and, quote, "largest federal workers union calls for an end to the shutdown, putting pressure on Democrats," end quote. Putting pressure on Democrats, Mr. President, not Republicans. Now, why? Because Republicans are ready to reopen the government today, and we're not demanding a single thing in exchange. It's the Democrats who are refusing. In fact, the Democrats' latest ploy is, get this, moral outrage that the president isn't stepping in to save Democrats from the consequences of their actions. That's right. Democrats are outraged that they are coming face to face with the consequences of their decision to shut down the government. And so they're flailing around blaming President Trump for not stepping in to somehow save the SNAP program from running out of money to pay benefits. Yeah, that's right, Mr. President. The very same people who were content to let the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, more commonly known as WIC, run dry are now positioning themselves as crusaders for nutrition benefits. President Trump did step in to save Democrats from themselves on WIC. He somehow managed to find money to cover the program for the time being. But there is a limit to what he can do. That's kind of the reason we like to, have the government open. But apparently Democrats are still not willing to contemplate allowing the government to function, because the SNAP bill that they tried to use yesterday was not just a cynical political ploy to insulate themselves from the consequences of their own actions. It was also a disturbing signal. The Democrats are ready to continue this shutdown, I guess forever. Do Democrats have any end date in sight? Are there any consequences bad enough to get Democrats to reopen the government again? Because things are getting pretty serious here, Mr. President. The shutdown had consequences from day one. But now, 30 days in, the consequences are really stonewalling. Here are some headlines, I think, that describe the situation. Government shutdown could lead to $14 billion in lost GDP, the Congressional Budget Office reports. Shutdown could close Head Start programs this week, jeopardizing child care. Shutdown crushes small business owners as losses hit billions. Leaders, industry leaders beg Congress for clean CR. Ongoing government shutdown threatens holiday travel. National Guard training grinds to halt amid shutdown with no pay in sight. U.S. government shutdown, 60,000 aviation safety staff face financial strain as crisis deepens. Largest federal workers union calls for clean bill to end shutdown. Those, Mr. President, are just a sampling of the headlines out there, and they represent the consequences as the Democrat shutdown accelerates. So when will the Democrats put an end to this, Mr. President? When the economy is in ruins? When federal workers have lost their homes? When housing assistance and small business loans and Head Start and National Guard training are distant memories? I hope the pain of the American people is worth the plaudits the Democrats are getting from their liberal base. Mr. President, I don't know if listing out the consequences of Democrat shutdown moves any Democrats anymore. I really don't. In fact, more than one member of their party, way more than one member of their party, has described using the pain of the American people as leverage. I'll give you an example of some of the things that they've been saying. Starting with the Democrat leader, every day gets better for us. The whip, the number 2 position among House Democrats, says there will be families that are going to suffer, but it was one of the few times, or the few leverage times that we have. Senator from New Mexico, paying our troops gives the president more leverage. That's a really good reason not to pay the troops, right? Senator from Arizona asked about it, said, hey, I just go back and shut it down again. Senator from Delaware, frankly, this is our only moment of leverage, and although a very pleasant tool to use, very unpleasant tool to use. Yeah, it's unpleasant, all right, if you're a worker who's lost their jobs, not getting paid. And of course, the senator from Vermont, you reopen the government, we lose our leverage. It's all about leverage. That's what they're making it all about, leverage. So the question is, when are American people going to matter more than their leverage, Mr. President? If there are any Democrats out there who can still see beyond the demands of their far-left base, if there are any Democrats who care about the damage that this shutdown is doing, then I have a bill right there at the desk. A clean, nonpartisan continuing resolution to fund WIC, SNAP, troop pay, air traffic controller pay, farm programs, housing assistance, our national defense, and every single other government priority. We just need 5 Democrats to show some courage and join the 3 Democrats who are already with us, and we can get this government open. That's all it takes, Mr. President. Everybody knows that in the Senate it takes 60 votes to do anything. And Democrats come down here and consistently say, well, the Republicans have control of the Senate, the House, the White House. And the Republicans in the House, the Senate, and the White House are all agreed. Open up the government. But you can't do that in the Senate unless you have 60 votes. Meaning we have to have a few Democrats. We have a few already. We need 5 Democrats with a backbone. 5 Democrats with the courage to take on that far-left base and say we care more about the lives of the American people than about gaining some political leverage. This takes 5, Mr. President. Enough is enough. I urge my Democrat colleagues to agree to reopen the federal government and to do it today. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Democrat leader.
now I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, this weekend, Americans face a health care crisis unprecedented in modern times. Open enrollment begins in just 2 days, and Republicans have spent the entire shutdown with their heads in the sand, the shutdown they caused because they would not negotiate with Democrats. Republicans are pretending that the ACA premium crisis does not exist, but they should go ask families who are getting their insurance premium increases today, tomorrow, Saturday. Republicans have brought Americans to the brink of financial disaster. They've ignored a growing catastrophe. We have demanded they act. They have refused, and the shutdown is on them. The health care crisis is on them, and the American people will see so this weekend as the bills start coming in. To show the breadth, depth, and severity of the ACA crisis, if the ACA enhanced premium tax credits expire, over 20 million Americans will see their premiums more than double on average. That's a 114% increase, according to KFF. That is a fact. 4 million people on ACA plans will lose health coverage entirely if these tax credits don't get extended. That is also a fact. If these enhanced tax credits expire, the people hurt by far the most, people hurt the most will be working families, people who live paycheck to paycheck, who small business owners, farmers, ranchers, older Americans. They're all going to be sitting at their kitchen table this Friday night or Sunday evening and saying, how the heck are we going to pay these bills? We can't afford $4,000 a year more for health insurance. Do my kids get no health care? Do we have to lose the doctors who've been treating us for a long time, or travel 50 or 100 miles to go to a clinic or a hospital? Are my parents going to be kicked out of their nursing home and I have no place to put them? This is a fact. People are hurt badly, probably than in any other health care crisis we've had. Americans who work more than one job, Americans who live in red states will all be hurt. That's a fact. And here's another one. This crisis didn't come out of the blue. It's not that people are just learning about it. It's not that senators are just learning about it this week. Democrats have demanded that Republican leaders negotiate with us about this crisis since the summer. Republicans said no. They put together a partisan bill that did nothing to improve the health care crisis, that had no input from Democrats, and said take it or leave it. Republicans had more than 3 chances this year to vote on extending these ACA premium tax credits as far back as February. What Republicans say? No, no, and no. Today, Republicans still insist they will not move a muscle to fix ACA premiums until it's too late. They spent the entire shutdown avoiding talking about health care. And when that didn't work, they resorted to lying, just making up total lies about who gets the health care and who doesn't. And as they trigger a health care crisis, they're also now triggering a hunger crisis. Trump's doing that, halting SNAP benefits, ordering his own Department of Agriculture to rip its own contingency plan. The money's there, over $6 billion in emergency funds that could keep SNAP going, and Trump has said, don't spend a dime. We want to use hungry people as hostages in this crisis. Trump is a vindictive politician and a heartless man. Meanwhile, here in the Senate, this is still Leader Thune's position on the ACA. Let's deal with this House fire later, but the House is on fire. Republicans are living in fantasy, pretending as if the issue will fix itself. But starting November 1st, so many Americans are going to have to make choices. Do they give up their health care? Do they have to take a plan that has many higher deductibles and copays with different doctors in different hospitals and watch their families suffer when they're sick? That's what reality looks like for people back home. And yet our Republican colleagues do nothing. In Louisiana, the average 60-year-old couple making $85,000 a year on a middle-tier plan will see their premiums increase by $25,700. That's right. How does that family come up with $25,000? People in their 50s, they're looking for their retirement. What are they going to do? In South Dakota, that same couple on the same plan would see an average increase of $26,000. In Florida, it's an annual increase of $27,000. Republicans have brought the American people to the brink. Republicans have refused to do anything. They've sat in their hands, stuck their heads in the sand, and now families, millions of families, from one end of America to the other, mostly actually in red states, face the specter of financial disaster. Because when health care costs go up, more people lose coverage, more people get sick, and more people die. Republicans just don't seem to care. Now on the China deal. In the middle of the second, In the middle of the second longest government shutdown in American history, Donald Trump left the country and traveled all the way to Asia to meet President Xi. And what did he do? He bowed down to President Xi. China has called Donald Trump's bluff, and Donald Trump has folded, leaving American families and farmers and small businesses to deal with the wreckage from his blunders, from his erratic, on-again, off-again tariff policies. Americans, beware. Trump will spend the next few days trying to spin the so-called agreement as a win for America. But that is total bull. Don't believe Trump. He has folded to China. Donald Trump caved to China in Busan. The so-called deal has left us no better off than we were before Donald Trump's trade war began. If anything, things are worse. Prices have gone up. China has agreed to nothing of substance that will improve trade between our nations. On soybeans, this has been a total capitulation. Donald Trump's trade war has decimated soybean farmers in the U.S., and this year, he's saying, isn't it great, they'll buy half the soybeans, China will, that they bought last year. So many farmers are suffering. And then so many other farmers are seeing that their Chinese customers who they sold soybeans are now making deals in Argentina and Brazil. And those are not one-year deals. Those could be 3-, 4-, 5-year deals. So the customers that Americans had are not coming back. China is still buying fewer soybeans this year from the U.S. than before China's trade war. How is that a win for soybean farmers? Trump's delusion is unbelievable. He starts the trade war, creates a giant mess for businesses, consumers, soybean farmers, and then he celebrates for trying to clean up the very mess he created in the first place. Don't believe Trump. Trump has folded on China. Don't believe his BS. He's created the mess. Now he's trying to clean up the mess, and he says, don't I deserve 17 pats on the back? Americans have heard this old song and dance from China and Trump before. I have long pushed presidents of both parties to take tougher action on China for its rapacious trade policies that have harmed American workers, American businesses. None, absolutely none, of the fundamental abuses by China are addressed in this agreement. Trump didn't even bother about talking about China's abuses against American manufacturing. He secured no clear actions from China to address their funneling of chemicals that fuel America's fentanyl crisis. In other words, he says we're doing something on fentanyl. There's nothing specific. A lot of lip service in fentanyl, that China makes those precursor chemicals that go to Mexico and then are made into fentanyl and flooding across our borders. Nothing specific. Nothing real. More bunk. And maybe most egregiously, this one I know many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are furious about. He is the first president in decades to walk back export controls vital for our national security, essentially handing China vital chips necessary for technologies like AI. Where are our China hawks from the Republican side? I hope they're going to speak up and decry this abdication. America is handing out American-made Trump is handing out American-made technology like it's Halloween candy straight into the hands of our biggest rival. In the past, China's been desperate to get this technology, but now they don't have to worry. Trump's just giving it away. With these chips that China now doesn't have and can't make themselves, China will dominate AI in a few years, and it will have severe consequences for America and for the world. When it comes to chips, Donald Trump, it's not America first. For you, it's China first. So you can have some picture that celebrates a so-called agreement that actually hurts us. America will regret the move of sending these chips to China for generations. We will come in second on AI if this continues to happen. They will set the rules of the road. America's greatness will diminish, all because Trump wanted to claim a false victory and brag that he got a deal with Xi. The list of Trump's capitulations to China goes on and on and on. For months, Americans have been taking it on the chin, paying higher prices for everything from appliances to Halloween candy and Halloween costumes because of Trump's disastrous trade policy. And now, looking at this agreement, it only begs the question, what was it all for? Trump had no strategy, no planning, no strategic decision-making, and his bumbling has only emboldened President Xi, who must be laughing all the way back to Beijing. You flatter Trump with a few words, and he gives away things that America desperately needs. When it matters most, when Trump comes face-to-face with autocrats and dictators, the American people know Donald Trump is all talk and no strength. I yield the floor.
are now Schumer's shutdown of our government. It actually came, of all places, from CNN, not exactly a Republican-friendly outlet. But let me share what the poll shows. Since the Schumer shutdown began, approval of Republicans in Congress is up 5%. By contrast, Democrats are now at their weakest and lowest position in 20 years. The American people are clearly paying attention to the damage being wrought on the American people by the Democrats. And the American people are sick and tired of the Democrats' dangerous political games. They resent being used by Democrats as pawns, as leverage. They resent being treated as pieces on a chessboard. Millions resent having their paychecks held back. Now it's been a full month, Mr. President. Americans know who's to blame for the Schumer shutdown. They heard the Democrats loud and clear. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, a Democrat from Rhode Island, just this Tuesday called the shutdown, he said, the only lever we have. People are suffering. To him, it's a lever. Senator Chris Coons of Delaware said almost the exact same thing last week to a national television audience. He said, quote, frankly, this is our only moment of leverage. He even admitted shutdowns are a, quote, as he said, an unpleasant tool. Then he voted for the 13th time yesterday to use the tool to keep the government closed. Well, food pantries in Senator Whitehouse's home state of Rhode Island are getting slammed. Democrats call that leverage. Families in Delaware are making, quote, backup plans, according to the news, just to get groceries. Democrats call that leverage. It's not leverage. It's picking pain for people for political purposes. It is a hunger to use it as a bargaining chip. Democrats refer it as unpleasantness. We're now 30 days into the Schumer shutdown. It's the longest full shutdown in the history of this country. For 30 days, Democrats have chosen leverage over lives. They've chosen politics over paychecks. And they would rather fight President Trump than feed American families. This weekend, 42 million Americans will lose food assistance. Say that again, 42 million Americans. It's 1 in 8. Twice as many Americans are on the failed Obamacare exchanges that the minority leader was just talking about, which Democrats are still trying to prop up, even though it has failed on its promises to control costs. And as a headline in the New York Times on Sunday said, Obamacare is pricey. Democrats are putting free health care for illegal immigrants ahead of American families, ahead of American seniors, ahead of American veterans, ahead of American soldiers, ahead of American workers. That's their priority, free health care for illegal immigrants. We have citizens in this country, real people in real pain, and they count on food assistance to put food on the table. Now these families are living in limbo, and their balance is about to hit zero. So what happens to them next week if the Democrats keep the government shut down as they voted 13 times to do so? And what about the week after that? Families will go hungry because Democrats keep playing this dangerous political game. Now, even some Democrats are calling on the Democrat Party to change course. Listen to the words of Senator Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada. She said, she was interviewed actually yesterday on CNN, and I'll quote, I don't think federal workers should be political pawns. She said, I don't think we should swap the pain of some Americans for others. I think we should be lifting all of them up and helping them. Senator Cortez Masto is one of the few reasonable Democrats who has been voting for a clean, continuing resolution to reopen the government. Here's the simple truth. Senate Republicans have voted 13 times on a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution to reopen the government. 13 votes for funding food assistance, for paying the troops, for paying the federal workers, for paying TSA agents, for paying air traffic controllers, for paying Border Patrol, for paying Capitol Police who are here and have been working for the last month without pay. Every single time, Senator Schumer and the radical Democrats have voted no, voted 13 times against funding food assistance, against paying for our troops, against paying federal workers, against paying TSA, against paying air traffic controllers, against paying Border Patrol, and against paying the Capitol Police. And Democrats stand here and claim President Trump can fund food assistance on his own. They know what they're asking him to do is against the law. Democrats are not, in the words of Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, powerless to fund that program, $9 billion a month. Democrats had the power 13 times to end the shutdown. They voted no 13 times. The Democrats are the one that have the power. They're not powerless. They're unwilling to help American families. The Senate should be funding those programs today. We tried again yesterday. It failed. The clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution that's sitting right there on that desk right now could be passed if we get Democrats to vote for it. It funds SNAP, it pays our federal workers, it pays our troops, it pays TSA agents, it pays air traffic controllers, it pays Border Patrol agents, it pays Capitol Police. It reopens the government, which is what we ought to be doing. We need 5 more Democrats to say yes. The most ironic thing about this, the hypocrisy of it all, Mr. President, is that Democrats had no problem voting for a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution 13 times when Joe Biden was president. What's changed? Well, Donald Trump is in the White House, and they're not happy about that, and they're not happy about anybody that voted for him. So now they're more interested in what they describe as leverage than children going hungry in this country. It's no wonder Republicans' approval rating has gone up, as the CNN poll shows, and that Democrat polling has gone down during the Schumer shutdown to the lowest and weakest point in 20 years. Enough with the politics of pain, Mr. President. It's time to reopen the government, and it's time to feed these vulnerable families. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Democrat whip.
Mr. President, I was just checking the congressional record. You see, we have a tradition here in the Senate. The tradition is that what we say on the floor is printed and available the next day right at our desk. It's kind of an amazing thing. It goes back to the congressional record being the record of the proceedings of this body, and timely printing of it was part of the history. And I wanted to check and see, based on the statements made by my friend and colleague, the senator from Wyoming, whether the congressional record printed yesterday the efforts of Democratic Senator Ben Lujan of New Mexico to fund the SNAP program. Here it is. The page number is S7808 for the beginning of the debate by Senator Lujan, who came to the floor and wanted to make sure that we wouldn't have any gaps in coverage when it came to the SNAP or food stamp plan across America. You see, the reason he did it was that 42 million Americans, 1 out of 8 people in our population, need help putting food on the table. And so the SNAP program doesn't sound extremely generous. It's $6 a day. Imagine if you had to feed yourself with that amount of money each day, the sacrifices you would make. So Senator Lujan came to the floor. Why was he taking on this responsibility? It's because he is the chairman, or the ranking member now, of the subcommittee that funds the SNAP program. And he came to the floor to make sure that there would be no gaps in coverage and people would still get their paychecks starting November 1st. I call them paychecks, but they're basically SNAP checks or credit for purchases at the store. And you know what happened when he came to the floor? There was an objection. The objection came from the Republican leader of the Senate. The Republican leader of the Senate yesterday on the floor, page S7808 and 809, you can find in the congressional record, was asked if he would approve Senator Lujan's effort to protect all the SNAP recipients across the United States, and he said no, he objected. Now, he wanted us to pass another bill, but he had a chance with Senator Lujan's request to make sure that there would be no suffering of anybody across America because of the SNAP program. And on page S7808, Senator Thune said no. And now we have the argument that was made by the senator from Wyoming that one of the reasons that cannot be done is it's illegal. Now that's a real hoot, to use a technical term, as far as I'm concerned. So the senator from Wyoming has said it would be illegal in a government shutdown to feed 16 million kids, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people on disabilities during the shutdown. Well, the last record shutdown under President Trump in his first term went for 35 days, and he kept the SNAP program going. Was he doing it illegally? I asked the senator from Wyoming. I think not. In fact, the Trump administration on their own website acknowledged that they were going to make this payment under the SNAP plan even with the government shut down. They did that on their website, and we have copies of it. And guess what happened to that assertion on their website? It disappeared. Just a few days ago, it disappeared. So a program they used under Trump's first administration, a program that they said they could follow again under this second Trump administration and second Trump shutdown, disappeared magically from the website. So across America, some 42 million people, 12% of our population, will not be able to put food on the table because of a decision by the Trump administration not to feed Americans. Of all the priorities, wouldn't you think that keeping our population, the poorest among us, the neediest among us, with food on the table would be the highest priority? Don't you think they could come up with the money for it? Well, it seems like the president can come up with money for Argentina. When he said Argentina was in a terrible economic situation, and he was going to send $20 billion of American tax dollars to Argentina, that was a week or two ago, and then find $20 billion in the private sector to also go to Argentina. There was plenty of money for Argentina, but not enough money to pay for SNAP program. How can that be? And yet it is the reality. We have 2 million recipients of SNAP in my home state of Illinois, and we know we can take care of them. The Trump administration is making the choice. They have the resources, they have the authority, they just don't have the political will to take care of the problem. I was on a radio call-in show in Bloomington, Illinois this morning, and we talked about the SNAP program. A lot of people really depend on it. A third of the recipients are kids, another third are disabled, and a third are seniors. They're needy people. Long before the government shutdown, Congress sent U.S. Department of Agriculture funds for this purpose. U.S. Department of Agriculture used these funds, as I mentioned, in Trump's first showdown, his first decision to not fund the government. In fact, a month ago, as I mentioned, the U.S. Department of Agriculture's shutdown plan said this is exactly what they'd do. They'd pay the SNAP benefits. And then when it became public that they'd made that claim, that vanished from their website just a matter of a few days ago. Why? During this shutdown, the Trump administration did have the money for Argentina. The president seems to be able to find money for things that are important to him. Obviously, SNAP and the benefits are not important to the president. Well, I have news for the president. Because of his decision on the SNAP plan, millions of Americans are going to have to struggle to feed their families. Americans paying a price for this decision by the president. I recently heard from one of them, Michelle from Hotchkiss, Illinois. She had a message that goes beyond her letter to me, her email to me, and it really is a message for all Americans. Here's what she said. You're forgetting about the seniors that are age 60 to 65. I already cut down my meals to 2 a day. I really don't want to try to live on 1 meal. I take medicine and I need to eat. My size shows that I have not been eating. I know for a fact many eat cereal for dinner. It's filling and cheap. That's the plight facing poor people if the SNAP program is in fact shut down by President Trump. Here's another message from Martin in Macomb. I'm on SNAP due to a disability, epilepsy as well as some others. I rely on SNAP as well as Social Security and disability payments to survive. Martin of Macomb, Illinois went on to say, most of the people in my building rely on SNAP to pay for food. I'm worried about how I'll be able to afford food on November 1st. And sadly, there are millions of other individuals who will suffer in silence because they receive this assistance, but basically are concerned about the stigma that might be attached to them if they say anything publicly. Meanwhile, for the past 6 weeks, Republican members of the House of Representatives have been gone. I'm not sure what they're doing. I hope they're home at least tending to their constituents, but they should be in Washington. If we would have passed Ben Ray Lujan's Democratic senator's proposal yesterday to fund the SNAP program, we would have needed action by the House of Representatives. But it's not here, and it hasn't been here for 6 weeks. 6 weeks. We need him, and we need the president when he comes home from his trip overseas to make this a high priority. The House has not held a vote since September the 19th. President Trump is tearing down part of the White House to build a new, lavish $300 million ballroom. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem found $200 million during the shutdown to buy 2 luxury Gulfstream jets for her and her top staff. The Trump administration sees those efforts as priorities, but it will not send our most vulnerable American citizens $6 a day to afford to eat. I suppose nobody should be surprised that's where we are. Under the president's leadership this summer, the Republican-led Congress passed their so-called Big Beautiful Bill, which made the biggest SNAP cuts in history. So the program that they are now refusing to fund at all was reduced dramatically to make it more difficult to pay out those payments, food stamp type payments to SNAP recipients under the Big Beautiful Bill, which I'll refer to again in a moment. They made the biggest cuts in the history of the SNAP and food stamp program, cutting the program by 20%, and now they're lamenting on the floor that they just can't pay anything at all. It's illegal for them to pay anything at all. We know that's not true. President Trump has decided we can't wait any longer. He wants to stop SNAP funding on Saturday and hurt 42 million Americans to teach the Democrats a lesson. Another example of cruelty to people who are vulnerable by this administration. I appreciate the leadership of Ben Lujan, my Senate colleague from New Mexico. He really believes this in his heart of heart. And if the congressional record, which I referred to earlier in my statement, can be referenced, you can hear or read the words of Senator Lujan, which were touching because he does care, not just in New Mexico, but across America, what this is going to do. I hope my Republican colleagues will allow us the opportunity to vote on Senator Lujan's bill today, before we leave. Let's make sure that there's no gap in the program. And let's put away this argument that was just heard on the floor that somehow it's illegal to feed people. This week, the Secretary of Agriculture appeared on CBS News to defend her agency's refusal to fund SNAP. Here's what she said. Look at the president's record at standing behind the ag community in rural communities. No one's done more than President Trump has done to date for these communities in her lifetime. Well, after abandoning vulnerable families receiving SNAP and helping South American farmers over U.S. farmers, President Trump and his U.S. Department of Agriculture has certainly had an unprecedented effect on American communities, but not for the reasons she thinks. The bottom line as well is that it's bad news for people who may not be receiving SNAP, but are struggling to make payments for hospitalization insurance. The cost of living continues to go up under the Trump administration. And the issue which we are trying to drive home to our friends on the other side of the aisle should be a bipartisan concern of what's happening to health insurance premiums across America. Take a look. If you're on the Affordable Care Act plan, you're going to see a dramatic increase. In Illinois and the city of Chicago, people who are under that plan thousands of them, are going to see their health insurance premiums double, at a time when they're struggling to make grocery payments and electric utility payments. They're going to double. Why? Because the big, beautiful bill, the budget bill of President Trump, passed by all Republican votes, no Democratic votes, unfortunately, has eliminated the tax credits that are available to people in middle-income categories. Who are these people, these faceless people? We'll put a face on them. 1 out of every 4 farmers, 1 out of every 4 farm families in our country use the Affordable Care Act. A half of the people who own small businesses use it. They're the ones who are facing these heightened premiums. What we are doing is begging the Republicans to correct the mistake they made in the big, beautiful bill. Come forward with sensitivity, not just to those receiving SNAP and food stamps, but to the families that are struggling to make health insurance payments. These families need help. The cost of living goes up for them every single day, and this is going to be a hardship many of them can't endure. Millions, literally millions of Americans will lose their health insurance because of the big, beautiful bill. We have a chance to correct it, and we should do it as soon as possible. It's time to sit down at the table as soon as the president gets over his jet lag and comes home, to sit down at the table immediately. The Republican leaders have got to come back to Washington from the House, and the Republican leaders in the Senate, as well as Democratic leaders on both sides. They're the only ones that can solve this. I've been in Congress for a number of years. I think I've seen every major shutdown, and I've seen how they all end. There will be some triggering device that does it. I hope that whatever it takes, we get it done and done quickly. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, it's hard to believe, even in a place like the nation's capital that seems so detached from the rest of the country, but it's hard to believe we've now reached the 30th day of this completely pointless, profoundly dumb government shutdown at the hand of Senate Democrats. Senate Democrats have now voted 13 times to keep the government shut down, blocking the continuing resolution that has been passed by the House of Representatives weeks ago. That is the key to unlock the door to this government shutdown. We're nearing a full month of that shutdown, a shutdown in search of a rationale. My suggestion is to our friends across the aisle that they need to look in the mirror and listen to their own people. The American Federation of Government Employees, or AFGE, the largest union that represents federal government employees, called on Congress to, quote, reopen the government immediately under a clean continuing resolution that allows continued debate on larger issues, close quote. That's exactly what we've asked for, time after time after time, but to no avail. Families across America, including the 31 million plus Texans that I have the privilege of representing, are continuing to deal with this uncertainty. Now, it's true that many people are not directly affected by the government shutdown, but a lot of people are, including the very people who are here in this chamber, our staff, government employees, but it's much bigger than that. It's not only the federal employee union, it's the military, it's our Border Patrol, it's TSA, the air traffic controllers. All of these people are working because their jobs are deemed essential without any pay. 1 in 6 Americans lives paycheck to paycheck. I haven't heard a single senator on that side of the chamber who said they are withholding their pay during the government shutdown, which leads me to conclude that they continue to get paid while they deny the same benefit to their own staff and the United States military and all the other federal employees that I've mentioned. If that isn't hypocrisy, I don't know what is. And now, at the first of the month, November the 1st, 42 million Americans who rely on SNAP, WIC, other nutrition assistance programs, food stamps, will stop receiving the benefits they rely on as a safety net to put food on the table. This includes 3.5 million of my constituents in Texas, 1.7 million of whom are children. These are among the most vulnerable people in our country. Our Senate Democrat colleagues are literally taking food out of the mouths of hungry children because of their stubbornness. It is shameful. I've been hearing from food banks in Texas who are writing in with their concerns, saying they will require a 50% increase in food supplies next month in order to keep up with the increased demand for people who aren't getting paid and people who are being denied this basic assistance. Well, what's the rationale? I mentioned a moment ago that our Senate Democratic colleagues seem to be in search of a rationale for this profoundly idiotic and dumb shutdown. Well, the Senate Democratic leader, the fearless leader of our Senate Democrats, said to a news outlet, quote, "Every day gets better for us." Of course, that leads to the question, who is us? Not the 31 million Texans I represent, not the 800,000 federal government workers who are part of the union, not to the children who depend on nutrition assistance to be able to eat. Well, not to be outdone, House Democratic Whip Catherine Clark recently said, quote, "Of course, there will be families who are going to suffer," as if that's no big deal. She said, but, it's one of the few leverage times we have. So all of these Americans are fellow citizens who are being harmed by this shutdown, are leverage, political leverage. I was disappointed to even hear some of the members on the other side who I look to as sort of a rare person of common sense among the crazed Democratic Party these days, who said that this shutdown would prove to be unpleasant, but then reiterated that it would somehow give Democrats leverage. And now Democrats are trying to turn the tables and say, it's Trump's fault. This is surreal. Mr. President, the American people are the ones paying the price for the intransigence, the stubbornness, and the idiocy. That's what Chuck Schumer once called government shutdowns. He called it idiocy. The American people are paying for the idiocy of the Democrats who continue to vote against reopening the government. Is that, I kind of wonder, what do they say to a mother who can't feed her own child because of their intransigence and their stubbornness? Sorry for the inconvenience. You're part of our leverage. We get paid, they get paid, not me, not people on this side of the aisle who've had their paychecks withheld in solidarity with the government employees who aren't getting paid. They get paid, and you can't feed your kids? What do they say to the federal worker, including members of our staff, people working here in the Senate, who wonder, can I pay the utility bill? How about my rent or my mortgage payment? Can I buy gasoline for my car to take my child to school? I guess their response is, well, you should expect some unpleasantness during this shutdown because you are part of our political leverage. Well, the best way to end this disaster, this nightmare really for many Americans who are directly affected, is for just 5 of our colleagues on the other side, just 5, to vote with Republicans to reopen the government, to pass this continuing resolution that will take us at least to November the 21st, but we burned so much of the time already because of the shutdown. It's the 30th of October. This continuing resolution would open the government for 3 weeks from now. And then what happens? Are we going to go through this movie again and again and again? Well, and then how about those Americans who depend on safe and timely air travel for their jobs? Or maybe they just want to take some time off if they've got some vacation plans. We can no longer depend on the timeliness, and I fear for the safety of our air traffic control system, because so many air traffic controllers are overstressed and so many airports are understaffed that they're literally having to shut down some of the air travel, and flights are being delayed. And I have no doubt, or at least I worry, that public safety is being endangered. Earlier this week, an Austin airport, where I live, issued a ground delay due to air traffic control staffing problems. The same day, over at Dallas-Fort Worth, one of the largest airports in the country, they experienced 413 flight delays and multiple flight cancellations due to staffing shortages. Air traffic controllers, the people who keep these airplanes flying safely, will miss their first full paycheck this week. TSA screeners, the people who are supposed to make sure that air travel is safe, are similarly working without pay. One air traffic controller recently said, quote, "The job is stressful enough as it is, and now you're adding this factor of, hey, when am I going to get my next paycheck?" They'll miss their first one this week, but they don't know if they're going to get the next one because they don't know how long this profoundly stupid idea of a government shutdown is going to last. One Transportation Security Administration worker said, "Morale is crumbling." You know, it's not just imposing a hardship on these innocent Americans. What does this say about America and our ability to work together to solve the nation's problems. It's embarrassing. It should be embarrassing. In the world's greatest deliberative body, that's what the U.S. Senate is sometimes called. What a joke. What a joke Democrats have made of the world's greatest deliberative body when they shut down the United States Senate and make it impossible for us to pass a simple stopgap spending bill that would take us to November the 21st. Well, I applaud the men and women who are continuing to go to work to keep the planes in the air and trains running on time, even though they're not being paid. But it is entirely unfair, unjustified for Democrats to impose this burden on these individuals. They didn't do anything wrong. And this is only weeks before the holidays, and holiday travel will begin in earnest. If Senate Democrats don't let up soon, you might have to ditch your Thanksgiving visit with your friends and family. And then, who knows how long this will go on? Maybe Christmas. They will be responsible for families to have to cut back on their celebrations during our holiday season, many of whom, not just because of delayed air travel or canceled flights, is because they can't afford it. They're not getting paid. How are they going to buy the food items that typically we enjoy during holidays like Thanksgiving and Christmas? And then what will Senate Democrats tell parents who haven't been paid for an extended period of time when they have to tell their children, well, Santa isn't coming this year because your mom and dad haven't gotten paid. We don't have the money. Well, all this goes to show the utter callousness, the insensitivity, and the wrong-headed motivation behind this government shutdown. All so our friends on the other side can gain leverage. They don't have any leverage. It's on them. The American people deserve better than for their elected officials to treat their livelihoods as political playthings, and that's what's happening. So it's high time for our Democratic colleagues to come to their senses and vote to reopen the government. Is this going to go on forever? What's their end game? They don't know. They can't say because they don't know. They know they've gotten themselves stuck in a supremely stupid idea, and they can't find their way out of it. I can make a suggestion. 3 of them have already voted for the House-passed continuing resolution to end this nonsense. We need 5 more. Are those 5 Democratic senators going to continue to listen to the Democratic leader, the senator from New York, who led them into this box canyon in the first place? He's worried about being thrown under the bus by a political opponent in the next Democratic primary election. This is about retaining power, using innocent Americans as leverage with no plan on how to exit this supremely dumb government shutdown. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
One of the darkest times of the year, when daylight savings time ends and our clocks fall back 1 hour. One of the darkest times of the year, when daylight savings time ends and our clocks fall back 1 hour. This weekend, we will perform the outdated and unnecessary ritual of changing our clocks. Most countries don't even observe daylight savings time. The practice was first adopted in Germany in 1916, and the U.S. followed 2 years later. The U.S. did that to save fuel during World War I. Though most people think it was adopted to give farmers more daylight, the agriculture industry at the time actually opposed it. So flash forward to now, we are still practicing shifting our clocks twice a year. In 2018, the great state of Florida, who leads the way on so many issues, the state where I am proudly to say I am the newest United States Senator, Florida became the first state to call for year-round daylight savings time. But we need Congress to affirm this change through legislation. After Florida took that step and led the way, 20 states followed and have already passed laws or resolutions that would end the practice if federal law permitted. And we almost accomplished this. In 2022, the U.S. Senate voted unanimously to end it, though it went nowhere in the House. And when we choose not to end this absurd practice, we do so to the detriment of Americans' health. And it's not just about our health. It's about parental sanity. I am a mom with a young kid in school, and that is somewhat of a rarity here in the United States Senate. Yes, I am a rookie here, and I am also balancing having a kid in school. And there is nothing more frustrating than changing your clock twice a year and forcing your family to adjust to a whole new schedule. In my experience as a parent dealing with a kid that wanted to be outside playing sports, who anxiously awaited his law enforcement father to come home and throw the baseball, not having that extra hour of daylight was really difficult, especially when all kids want to do at the end of their day of school and chores is to be outside. Making daylight saving time permanent makes time together as a family outside with activities possible. We can lock the clock once and for all by passing the Sunshine Protection Act that I have co-sponsored with my fellow Florida Senator Rick Scott. We don't have to continue to fall back. We can spring forward once and for all. No more changes. No more anxiety about waking up at the wrong time or worrying about getting to church on time. Florida is the sunshine state. We are proud to lead this mission to give families more sunshine in their day. And as Florida's newest senator, I'm renewing the fight and urging my colleagues to put an end to this archaic practice. The Sunshine Protection Act has previously passed in the Senate unanimously. I am hopeful we can come together on this bipartisan issue once again, especially now that President Trump has said it is time to lock the clock. As a senator, but more importantly, as someone who promotes common sense in Washington, and as a mother of a young child, I am fully supportive of ending this onerous twice-yearly time change. And with that said, Mr. President, I hope we can count on you, and I yield back.
Senator from Oregon.
President, I rise to call for the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 88, a resolution to repeal Donald Trump's price-hiking global tariffs. American families are being squeezed by prices going up and up and up. More than 3/4 of families say their monthly expenses have increased by more than $100 a month. There is, however, colleagues, something the Senate can do today. Today it's possible for the Senate to focus on bringing families relief to their wallets. Congress can vote to repeal Donald Trump's trade taxes and stop taking money out of Americans' pockets. Trump opposed these global tariffs by declaring an economic emergency. In my view, Donald Trump's actions clearly go beyond what the law allows, which is why I'm urging passage of this bill to finally end the president's unlawful tariffs. The average family will see about $2,800 in higher costs because of the Trump tariffs and taxes. The Senate ought to cancel that tax hike. Let's cancel this tax hike. Let's cancel this tax hike. Donald Trump won't do it. He's paying for tax cuts for billionaires on the backs of working families. Fortunately, Congress, not the president, has got the final word on tariffs and taxes and trade. Senators can vote today to end harmful and dangerous global tariffs. It's been 6 months since the Senate tied 49-49 on the same proposal. Since then, our nation's trade policy has looked pretty much like a dog chasing a squirrel. More tariffs threatened, added, taken away, thousands of packages being destroyed because the customs service wasn't prepared, secretive deals to lift tariffs for certain companies and products that have influence with the White House. People across the country are being harmed by tariffs. In my state, tariffs take a chunk out of the bottom line of everybody from blueberry farmers to brewers to small manufacturers to our crucial semiconductor industry. Thousands of good-paying jobs in my state are under pressure because of tariffs. In many ways, red states and rural areas are being hit the hardest. In Columbus, Indiana, thousands of jobs depend on manufacturing, mostly diesel engines for export markets. They also use parts from overseas to make the engines. The mayor of Columbus and business leaders warn that tariffs are causing economic damage that will take years, Mr. President, to recover from. Farmers are getting a double whammy from the Trump trade taxes. They have to pay more for fertilizer and tractors and a variety of inputs, while their markets overseas evaporate. In Kansas, farmers harvested a bunker crop this year, 20% more of sorghum than normal. Farmers called it a blessing, but they're not better off. Trump's trade war drove buyers to Brazil and Australia. Prices are less than half of what they were in 2022. Let me close by way of saying, and I thank my colleague Senator Kaine, he and I have been on this floor for days talking about the need to get rid of the Trump taxes. And we're going to wrap up by saying potato farmers in Oregon, Idaho, and across the West say the same thing. Buyers in Canada and Mexico and China have slashed orders for French fries, hash browns, and a variety of other products like frozen potatoes. The Senate is not a spectator to the workings of the federal government when it comes to international trade and tariffs in particular. The United States Congress has clear authority, not authority that is up for grabs, not authority that hasn't been addressed. It's clear authority. This is Congress's job. It's not a partisan issue. It's a jobs issue, a kitchen table issue. I urge all members to support this resolution. Roll back the idea of arbitrary global tariffs. I thank Senator Crane. We've been partners in this effort for months now. This is the big issue, Mr. President. This is going to affect people, not just in our country, but all over the world, and we will be better positioned to get more family wage jobs in America if we get rid of these global tariffs, and I yield to my friend.
Mr. President,
Senator Virginia.
I rise to speak, and I thank my colleague, the lead Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, Ron Wyden, for his passionate advocacy, and I join him in this effort to get colleagues in the Senate to vote for the resolution that will be pending before us to eliminate Donald Trump's global tariff regime announced in April. This is a regime that, together with the other tariffs that he has announced, is leading to serious harm in Virginia, as I've laid out the last few days, higher prices, fewer jobs, and slower growth. The IEEPA statute, as I've laid out, allows a president to declare an emergency when there is an extraordinary and unusual event posing a serious threat to American national security, foreign policy, or the economy. What was that extraordinary and unusual event that Donald Trump used as the justification for this unilateral tax increase affecting consumers and businesses? The threat that he declared was the existence of trade deficits with many nations around the world. Let me dig into the nonsensical nature of the president's declaration and the use of trade deficits in the way he has calculated them. First, the president and his team imposed tariffs based upon trade deficits in goods. We don't live in the 19th century anymore. We have an economy that is not just about goods, it's about goods and services. And if you look at the actual trade figures, including both goods and services, the U.S. looks better positioned in virtually every country when you add in services. Why doesn't the president be honest with the American public about the extent of these trade deficits if they are, in fact, such an emergency? The president has used these tariffs to impose tariffs on nations where we have trade surpluses, like Brazil. He's imposing tariffs on nations that have no trade barriers to the United States, like Israel and Singapore. And he's measuring trade deficits the wrong way by only including goods, not services. Second, the president has calculated these trade deficits on goods without calculating the effect of the population of the countries involved. So let me give you an example. The president says if we have a trade deficit with Vietnam, they're ripping us off because they're not buying as much American stuff as we're buying Vietnamese stuff. That's what the trade deficit in goods basically is. We're buying more of their stuff than they're buying of our stuff. But hold on a second. Vietnam is a third the size of the United States. Vietnam is a country with per capita income much lower than American per capita income. They don't have the purchasing power that the United States does. So why is it a problem that they aren't purchasing as much American goods as we are purchasing Vietnamese goods? They're a smaller country. The same with Canada. The same with Japan. The same with so many nations around the world. They're dramatically smaller than us, and so naturally they don't have the purchasing power that the American consumer has. Finally, and I'll conclude with a word about the House after this, the way that the president has imposed the tariffs is leading to nothing but chaos. Announce tariffs on everyone, then announce that they may be suspended or delayed while I work out one-on-one deals with different nations, and I may give an exception to this country or that industry sector or that company. If you come and plead and make nice with me, I'll give you an exception. This has led to a chaotic circumstance. When the president announced the tariff rate with Korea, Toyota's stock, get this, okay, there's going to be a tariff on Korean imports. Toyota's stock went up. Why did it go up? Because the rate that he announced was less than the tariff that's being applied to automobiles coming in from Mexico and Canada, which has a lot of the content of American automobiles. It's a strange thing when you're cutting deals with other nations that disadvantage American production. That's what this chaotic tariff regime has done. And that's why my businesses around Virginia are telling me we want to make investments, we want to grow, but we can't grow until we know what the rules are. And every new announcement of a tariff or a delay or a suspension or an exception or a new deal for some other country that makes our products competitively disadvantaged slows down investment in Virginia. The last thing I'll say is this. I hope this passes as the two previous resolutions did. And if it does, it will be up to the House to take this up. The House has done something that should really shock people in the public and in this body. This matter is privileged in the House as it is in the Senate. If it passes, House statutes and rules suggest that it should be taken up for a vote on the floor of the House. The rule in the House was that it would need to be within the committee for 15 days and then be reported and then pending for 3 days on the floor. Action would be taken on these matters within 18 days in the House. Guess what? The House is so afraid to vote on tariffs. They are so afraid of the effects these tariffs are having on their constituents, but equally afraid of crossing Donald Trump, that they passed a rule that said for purposes of this and this only, the day today extends through the remainder of Congress. So the 15 days plus 3 days, it ripens in 18 days. Action must be taken in 18 days. They have defined today as a day that lasts to the end of Congress, so the matter will never ripen and be privileged in the House. If they're that afraid of a vote on tariffs that they would result to that kind of legislative chicanery, that should tell us something. They need to do a discharge petition in the House, put this matter on the floor, and put every House member on record, as senators will go on record, as to whether they're for higher prices or lower prices. And with that, I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled roll call votes. Myself for 5 minutes and Senator Sullivan for 10 minutes.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, I also ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call in relation to the Dunlap nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise in opposition to S.J. Res. 88, which would terminate the trade deficit national emergency. I agree with my colleagues that tariffs should be more targeted to avoid harm to Americans. I made precisely that point at a Finance Committee hearing in May. We should consider more exemptions, whether for unavailable natural resources, capital equipment, or other key inputs. It's equally important that enforcement guidance provides the clarity that U.S. companies need to comply with the tariffs and make critical business decisions. Similarly, as the administration continues to negotiate with our trading partners, I appreciate that my colleagues, as well as our constituents, may be nervous about what comes next. However, at this juncture, this resolution is counterproductive to helping American families and businesses of all sizes. It's no secret that for decades, countries around the globe have raised tariff and non-tariff barriers against Americans and against American businesses, and have raised the cost for Americans and American businesses without response by the United States. President Trump is now responding and saying these countries need to take down their tariff and their non-tariff barriers and deal with us in fair and free trade. The president's negotiations are bearing fruit. President Trump already announced new trade deals. Just today, because of his negotiations, President Trump announced that China has agreed not to implement its rare earth export controls. China also agreed to address the flow of fentanyl and to purchase soybeans. Other deals are hopefully forthcoming. Consequently, S.J. Res. 88 is counterproductive to the progress already made by the president and the new gains he can still achieve in the ongoing trade negotiations. On April 30, the Senate rejected this same resolution for these reasons. And I urge my colleagues to reject the resolution for these same reasons again today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, we're getting ready to vote on my CRA, Senate Joint Resolution 80. And by the way, I appreciated the strong bipartisan vote yesterday to get on this bill. This is a really important resolution for our country, for my state, for the Native people, and the workers of America. So I'm asking my Democrat colleagues to really think hard about this. I see the Schumer, Heinrich, vote no on the Sullivan CRA down there. But I want to make a plea to my Democrat colleagues. You should vote yes on this Senate resolution. You had one courageous one yesterday, Senator Fetterman, and here's why. A vote yes on this resolution is a vote to unleash American energy. As I talked about yesterday, the best way to undermine Vladimir Putin and his corrupt regime in Russia is to produce more American energy in the place with the highest standards in the world. That happens to be my state. That happens to be the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska, which is all about what this CRA is about. Second, this is really important, Mr. President. My colleagues over there love to say, hey, we're the party of the working families, of working Americans. No, you're not. A vote yes on this resolution is a pro-union, pro-worker vote. The laborers, operating engineers, they all want a yes on this. They all produce oil up here. This is a chance. My colleagues for too long on the other side of the aisle kowtow to the far left environmental groups at the expense of working Americans. That's why you're no longer the party of working Americans. This is a chance. Well, maybe you won't kowtow to the far left. A yes vote on this Senate resolution will also vindicate the rule of law. What am I talking about, Mr. President? This is the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska. The Congress of the United States, us, in a law, said that we are going to develop this part of my state for oil and gas production. And Joe Biden came in with a regulation saying, nope, we're going to shut that down, violating the rule of law. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle really want to promote the rule of law, they should vote yes. And finally, Mr. President, as I mentioned yesterday, this is a vote for the interests of the Native people of my state. As I said yesterday, here was a letter I submitted for the record. The tribe in this area, the borough, which is all run by Alaska Natives, elected officials, the Alaska Native Corporation, all the leaders in this part of my state, which is what this resolution is all about, all of them, all the indigenous people, the leaders of this part of my state want this resolution. They didn't want the Biden lockup. They came down to Washington, D.C. 8 different times to just request a meeting with the Secretary of Interior, saying, don't lock up our lands. This will hurt our future. This will hurt our life expectancy. This will hurt our jobs. And the Secretary of Interior never even met with them. Neither did the President, 8 times. So this is a strong vote for the interests of the indigenous people of my state. I'll conclude with this, Mr. President. My Democratic friends often bristle when accused of selling out the interests of working Americans, the men and women who build stuff, the unions that build stuff, the building trades, the men and women who drill for oil and gas and mines and rare earths and critical minerals. Well, here's an opportunity for them to say, no, we're going to stand with the people who build this great nation. My friends on the other side of the aisle often talk about, hey, we're going to support indigenous people, people of color. Well, here's an opportunity to do it. But what I fear, Mr. President, what happens way too much in this body, these interests, working Americans, building trades, the unions, the Native people of my state, they always get sold out to what? The far left, coastal elites, the radical eco-colonialists. That's why Heinrich and Schumer are down there saying, vote no on the Sullivan resolution. But I know, some of my colleagues know that a yes vote is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for our energy dominance. It's the right thing to do for our foreign policy. It's the right thing to do for working Americans who have fled the Democratic Party over issues like this. And it's the right thing to do for the indigenous people of my state. I hope I get a couple more Democrat senators who cross the aisle, don't listen to your leader, don't listen to Senator Heinrich, for God's sake, on this issue. Vote yes on this important resolution for America and for working families and the Native people of Alaska. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of S.J. Res. 80, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 221, S.J. Res. 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve and Alaska Integrated Activity Plan, record of decision.
Under the previous order, all time has expired. The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution for the third time.
S.J. Res. 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Justice. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 45. The joint resolution is passed. Under the previous order, the Committee on Finance is discharged from, and the Senate will proceed to the consideration of Resolution number 88, Senate Res 88, which the clerk will report.
SJ Res 88, terminating the national emergency declared to impose global tariffs.
Under the previous order, all time has expired, and the joint resolution is considered read at a third time. The question occurs on the passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? No. There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll, please.
What are you going to be? Are you and I? Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Got it. Thank you. I do have you as no.
What is it that keeps our nation secure? It is millions of members of our armed forces, active duty reserves, National Guard, civilians supporting them, the Department of Defense, the Coast Guard, the intelligence agencies. They're keeping us safe now, like all federal employees, not knowing when they'll get another paycheck. Our military is less than 1% of our nation. That's how many people sign on the dotted line, up to and including their lives, to keep us safe. They put their lives on the line to secure liberty and security. And I'm grateful to the thousands serving today at Dover Air Force Base, the Delaware National Guard, and throughout our armed forces. They and their families deserve the same devotion to them that they are providing to us. I come from a military family. My father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles all served in the Army, and my father long said he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives when deployed. Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay our armed forces now. It will pay active duty, reserve, National Guard, Coast Guard, civilians at the Pentagon, and intelligence agencies, and give those who keep us safe, often at great sacrifice, a small piece of security in return. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 3079, introduced earlier today, that the bill be considered, read 3 times, and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Serving the right to object.
From Kentucky is recognized.
You know, government shutdowns have real consequences. I've said that countless times during my time here. Incredibly, it seems to have taken Democrats a month to remember that the proverbial stove is, in fact, already hot, and yet they're not ready to turn it off. Just turn it down a notch. Just low enough that they can take the political heat. My friend from Delaware is right. Our military deserves a lot better than a government shutdown that jeopardizes their paychecks and the services military families count on.
During Democrats' shutdown, the President has had to scrape together unobligated balances within the defense budget in order to uphold the nation's promise to service members through another pay period. I certainly hope he won't have to divert resources from urgent modernization again to make payroll in another 2 weeks. But that ball, of course, is in the Democrats' court. I hope they'll realize soon that the surest way to help service members and civilian DOD employees is to simply turn government funding back on and pass full-year appropriations. I know my counterpart on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, of all people, understands this. He knows what would really help our armed forces because he and I work closely together on a full-year bill for defense that would pay service members and invest more in the capabilities they need to keep America safe. I'm grateful for Senator Coons' collaboration on the bipartisan bill that earned overwhelming support in committee and would add $22 billion above the President's defense request. This, by the way, is the bill that almost every Democrat voted against, considering 2 weeks ago. I know the ranking member cares about the promises we make to the all-volunteer force and the challenges we expect them to face. I know he's concerned about the erosion of Congress' authority to set and fund national security priorities. So am I. And if we cannot appropriate, we will render ourselves completely irrelevant. The way to provide real certainty and deliver serious full-year appropriations, just open the government back up and pass our bill. It's really that simple. Therefore, I object.
Objection is heard. Senator Miller.
Mr. President, I want to convey my thanks, my gratitude to the chair of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, my colleague and friend from Kentucky. We and our staff have had a genuinely constructive and positive process in appropriations this year. Frankly, overall, the Senate Appropriations Committee has worked well. We have passed out of committee a significant number of major bills by big bipartisan margins, 26-3 in the case of our bill and the Labor, Health, and Human Services bill. But there's a stark contrast between the real progress we're making on appropriations and the lack of progress on addressing the core issue of can Americans afford their health care. Of course I want to move ahead and appropriate, as my colleague from Kentucky has indicated. Of course we need to do our job and appropriate for this body to carry out and to continue its core Article I responsibility. But part of what has got us to this moment is a vote earlier this year in the big, beautiful bill in July to destroy health care for millions of Americans. We need to find a path forward towards ensuring that millions of Americans do not lose insurance through the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, something that will raise insurance costs for everyone, that will increase ER wait times in my state and every other. This Saturday, 20 million Americans will see how much their premiums go up. And if the calls that come in to my colleagues are anything like the calls I'm getting, there will be then an accelerated motion towards resolving this issue and moving forward with appropriations. I'll close by just citing one conversation I had yesterday. I spoke with a small business owner from Delaware. Her name is Jan. She's a stage 4 cancer survivor. She is a small business owner. She told me yesterday, without the Affordable Care Act, she would have died 10 years ago because insurance would have dropped her. And if her rates double, she will need to close her business of 30 years. This is one of many stories of entrepreneurs, of families, of veterans, of service members, of constituents who've reached out to me. There is an urgency about reopening the government, yes, I agree, and an urgency about finding a path forward on health care. We should be negotiating both now. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington is recognized.
Authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. The law is clear that the President does not have authority under the International Emergency Powers Act to impose sweeping tariffs on imports on more than 80 countries around the world. I am pleased that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce endorsed the Trade Review Act, legislation proposed by myself and Senator Grassley. The Cantwell-Grassley legislation focuses on the fact that it is this body's job and responsibility to do trade acts. The Chamber of Commerce clearly states in their letter that they are representing millions of businesses around the United States of all sizes to try to press upon us the importance of why Congress needs to reinstate its role. The U.S. Chamber writes to the members of the United States Senate, quote, "The U.S. Chamber of Commerce urges Congress to pass legislation to reclaim its constitutional role in setting tariffs, including the Trade Review Act. Doing so would restore appropriate procedural deliberation in the enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices as a result of these increased taxes. Small businesses, manufacturers, and ranchers are struggling with higher costs, with additional economic pain likely coming in months. The Chamber, meaning the U.S. Chamber, has long supported legislative proposals to reassert congressional prerogatives on trade as means to secure durable outcomes. The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, and impose an excise, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. And exercising leadership on this front should be a priority in the context of today's challenging economic outlook. By establishing a more deliberate process for enacting tariffs, Congress can ensure that the appropriate stakeholders, consultation, and methodological assessments of costs precede any decision to raise taxes on traded goods. To date, several proposals have been introduced that address these concerns, including, but not limited to, the Bipartisan Trade Review Act, and as well as resolutions terminating the National Emergency Declaration on Tariffs SJ 88 and SJ Res 77. The Chamber urges members of Congress to work across the aisle to enact this legislation, requiring an up or down vote for any new tariffs and those imposed in the year to date. And this is signed by Neil Bradley, Executive Vice President, Chief of Policy, Head of Strategic Advocacy for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Mr. President, I would like to enter this into the record.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, I hope that as we continue to talk about trade, that Congress will take the necessary steps to end the high tariffs on U.S. small businesses and American families. Now, Mr. President, I also want to rise to talk about the serious healthcare crisis and the affordability that is affecting our nation. In just 2 days, on Saturday, November 1st, millions of Americans are going to go online to sign up for their 2026 Affordable Care Act health insurance plan. As we know, keeping health care affordable is a key priority. And I see that the premiums that are being talked about are going to increase by hundreds or thousands of dollars every month for the same coverage that they just had this year. That is, next year is going to go up thousands of dollars. Some people are going to say, quote, "I can't go without health insurance. I have to find a way to cover this extra cost by cutting back in areas like food and prescription drugs or working longer shifts." But for about 5 million Americans, including 80,000 in my state, they will probably be forced to say, "I just can't afford health insurance anymore." They're going to hope they don't get sick. They're going to hope that they don't have an emergency. But we know that that is uncontrollable. Last week, my office released a case study detailing what this decision would look like for a married couple in Washington state making $120,000 per year. Across all 39 counties in my state, couples in this situation would have to decide what to do in the face of an average premium increase of a whopping $1,049 per month. That is, their costs are going to go up $12,000 per year. Here's just one example in King County, my state's largest county. This couple would go from paying $525 a month to nearly $1,386 a month. This problem isn't unique to Washington. There are other parts of the United States that are seeing the same thing. Hopefully all this data is being released to individuals, and hopefully our colleagues are paying attention to this because it is showing what premium increases look like. But a couple in the state of Alabama, a single woman in Alabama making $65,000 a year could see her premium increase 43% from the 2025 levels. It means she would pay an additional increase from going from $314 a month to $452 a month. Another example from a family of 4 in Texas, parents making $70,000 a year, but don't just get insurance through their jobs. Their insurance would cost $505 in 2025, but without the extended premium tax credit, likely to face a $1,551 increase per month. So these costs are adding up on American families. Together, these costs continue to hold individual households and their budgets in an undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures before the end of 2025. To make matters worse, families with massive increases in premiums and the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year, households are trying to decide whether they take care of health care or groceries or electricity. And the sad truth is that we could have worked this out. We could have done this in the bill that was passed earlier this year. Congress could be working right now even on working down the cost of insurance premium for 24,000 Americans. But instead, people are refusing to come to the table to discuss this issue. The Senate needs to be the place we used to be, that is, getting legislation done. We need to work together collectively to have votes and to discuss how to solve these problems in good faith across the aisle. We should be extending the ACA premiums now and making sure these prices don't rise and continuing to work on long-term solutions to make health insurance more affordable for Americans. So I urge my colleagues to continue to work with us. The ACA tax credits expiring at the end of this year and this enrollment that we're going to see on November 1st, that everybody is going to see how much these costs are going up. I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our sleeves. Let's work to lower these costs. I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there are states like New York, Oregon, Minnesota, who had the basic health plan. The basic health plan provision modeled on something our state had first done lowered the costs for a lot of working families across the United States. Programs like this should be considered in solutions that would help us lower costs for the future. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today in strong support of Joshua Dunlop to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit. Josh is an attorney of extraordinary intelligence, extensive experience, and demonstrated integrity. He is highly respected in the legal community throughout the state of Maine, and I urge my colleagues to support his nomination to the First Circuit. Josh grew up in Vassalboro, Maine, and now lives in Scarborough with his wife, Sydney, and their 3 children. He graduated first in his class from Notre Dame Law School, where he received the law school's highest honor, awarded to the student with the most distinguished academic record. He then clerked for Judge Paul Kelly of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit. In 2009, Josh joined the very well-respected law firm Pierce Atwood in Portland, Maine. During his 16 years at the firm, he has specialized in complex civil litigation matters and currently serves as co-chair of the firm's appellate team. Josh is admitted to practice in multiple U.S. courts of appeal and the United States Supreme Court. He has also assisted special masters in 3 original jurisdiction proceedings before the Supreme Court. Finally, Josh also chairs the Maine Appellate Rules Committee, to which he was appointed by the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. Mr. President, this impressive experience, coupled with his intelligence and integrity, makes Josh exceptionally well qualified to serve on the First Circuit. His substantial appellate litigation experience will also bring a practitioner's perspective to the court. The nonpartisan American Bar Association unanimously rated Josh as well qualified to serve on the First Circuit. I would note that that is the highest possible rating for a judicial nominee. It reflects the ABA's assessment of his integrity, experience, and temperament. Mr. President, there were several compelling letters of support submitted to the Senate Judiciary Committee in favor of Josh's nomination, and I'd like to highlight a couple of them. A diverse group of faculty and alumni from his law school who taught Josh or studied alongside him praised him for his respect for differing views and deep appreciation for the rule of law. A letter signed by a group of leading Maine attorneys who described themselves as representing a broad spectrum of political views and legal philosophies wrote that Josh has all the qualities the very finest judges exhibit. He is hardworking, courteous, and judicial in temperament, very smart, and of sterling character with a commitment to fairness and the rule of law. Mr. President, at his confirmation hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee, Josh testified that Mainers are famously independent and that he suspects that characterizes him as well. That's exactly what we want in a judge. Maine is proud of our history of supplying superb, well-qualified, independent-minded jurists to the federal bench. I know that Josh will continue in that fine tradition. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of his nomination, for he truly deserves bipartisan support. Mr. President, Seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, and we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Joshua D. Dunlap of Maine to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Joshua D. Dunlap of Maine to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit shall be brought to a close? The ayes and nays are mandatory under the rules. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Budd, Collins, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Tuberville. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Fetterman, Markey, Reed, Shaheen, Welch, Wyden. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Scott, Florida, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. King, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Lankford, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Ship, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Murphy, no.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Joshua D. Dunlap of Maine to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit.
President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today marks nearly a full month since the Schumer shutdown started. That's really a time where the Democrats decided to just go on strike and filibuster a clean CR. And what has happened is our federal law enforcement is being forced to work without pay. Air traffic control towers are understaffed. Flights are delayed, and it has jeopardized nutritional programs for millions of low-income families. And this crisis is something that was entirely, completely unavoidable. Yet the Democrats have voted over and over to keep the government closed, and the reason that they are doing this is the Democrat leader, Chuck Schumer, is holding government hostage to ram through hundreds of billions of dollars in inflationary spending. In other words, we're not spending enough. $38 trillion in debt is not enough. They want to run it up some more. And he claims that this reckless action is needed to stop Republicans, in his words, and I'm going to quote him, from taking health care away, end quote, from Americans by allowing health care subsidies under the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, as it is known, and more appropriately known because there's nothing affordable about this thing, and he's saying that these subsidies would expire. The problem is that is a falsehood, and it shows you how our friends across the aisle are willing to put the American people and their lives and SNAP benefits and paychecks in jeopardy in order to achieve a goal. Now, one thing that needs to be understood is that the subsidies that are there for Obamacare, they're permanent. They're permanent. They're not going anywhere. And households that have incomes that fall between 100 and 400% of the federal poverty level are going to continue to get a credit without any interruption. That is in law. That subsidy is there. And this year, the upper limit for these Obamacare subsidies was an income limit of $128,600 for a family of four. For the lowest income individuals, insurance premiums can never exceed 2% of the total household income. Now, that is something that is federal law. Now, here is what is set to expire at the end of the year. It is President Biden's COVID-era bonus credits that were put in place. Now, this is something that the Democrats did in 2021. The Biden COVID credits eliminated the 400% income cap, allowing households that are making over, get this, $500,000 a year, $500,000 a year. They could benefit from this subsidy program. So let's say you were buying health insurance on the Obamacare exchange and you were making over $500,000 a year, you too could get a taxpayer-funded insurance subsidy for Obamacare. Now, bear in mind, the subsidy does not go to the individual. The subsidy goes directly to the insurance company. Now, my friends across the aisle choose to rant and rail against insurance companies. But you know what? They're enriching them every day. And, Mr. President, they want to enrich them even more because now that these emergency subsidies are set to expire more than 5 years after the start of the pandemic, the Democrats are fighting to make these enhanced Biden COVID credit bonuses, they want to make them permanent. This would cost U.S. taxpayers $450 billion hard-earned dollars every single year. Now, the reason behind this madness is really quite simple. Our friends across the aisle want to bring America one step closer to government-run health care. You know, Mr. President, when we were having all the debates about Obamacare, they kept saying, all right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized medicine. That's what they want. It would be like Medicaid for all or the VA for all. They want control of your doctor, your health insurance, the kind of care you can get, where you're going to get it, when you're going to get it. Think the VA. Think Medicaid, because that is what they want. Now, our debt, as I said, is at $38 trillion. And so what they are trying to do to fund this program that is rife with waste and fraud is unbelievable. Now, the reality is the lowest cost plan in 2026, the average marketplace premium after tax credits is projected to be $50 a month, $20 less than the average monthly premium in 2020. But we can't ignore the wasteful spending that exists within Obamacare. According to one estimate, there are 6.4 million people improperly reporting their income to benefit from fully funded plans under Obamacare, thanks to the Biden COVID credits. Remember, I said there are some people, because of the Biden COVID credits, that have $0 premiums. So the estimate is 6.4 million people improperly report their income in order to get that zero premium. And this abuse is costing the taxpayers $27 billion in 2025 alone. That is the cost of this. This is the cost of not verifying. This is the cost of a program that is run amok with waste and abuse. Another peculiar example of wasteful enrollment, close to 12 million enrollees in the program filed no claims last year. In other words, they didn't use the insurance, and that number is triple what the number was from 2021 because the Democrats expanded the option of zero premium plans. Well, among those 12 million, many people don't even know that they have been enrolled in a taxpayer-funded program. And others may have separate health insurance coverage that they have chosen to use, and taxpayers sent money directly to the insurers on their behalf. This is because an insurance agent, as long as he has name, address, and contact info, he can enroll you in this and get that commission. Think about that. You don't even know you're in the program. You've got an insurance agent that has name, address, phone number, contact information, and all of a sudden they have enrolled you. Well, extending these Biden-era enhanced credits, as the Democrats are demanding, would be doing nothing to address the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that is running rampant in this program. And it wouldn't do anything to address the structural flaws that are there in Obamacare that have really sent premiums soaring over the last several years. You know, it's so interesting to me that Obamacare promised that it was going to lower the cost of premiums. It was going to make health care affordable and in reach of everybody in the country. But it turns out it is too expensive. You can't afford it unless you get a subsidy. You can't afford it unless you are getting a $0 premium. That's because the insurance tries to be one size fits all and requires people to pay for things they're never going to use. So what we have seen is the price of the insurance and the utilization. The price has gone up, the utilization has gone down because you've got an insurance card, you've got access to the queue, but you can't get a doctor, and you don't get in to see the doctor. And we know that the cost on these premiums really shot up after the Biden COVID credits went into law, and as the premiums go up, taxpayers are on the hook to subsidize the insurance companies. Remember, the payment goes to them, not to the individual. It goes directly to the insurance company. The agent can enroll you even if you don't know you're enrolled because they've got your name, address, phone number, contact information. Republicans have already started to address the root causes of this escalation. We've secured measures in the big, beautiful bill that prevent illegal aliens from receiving subsidies under Obamacare. We prevent them from getting Medicaid services also. It also requires individuals who misstate their income to repay the excess subsidy that they got. That seems fair. If you lied about it on your form and it shows up when it's verified, you're not going to get off with a slap on the hand. You got to repay. You've got to pay. Because if you're cheating, it means somebody else is going to be paying that difference. So requiring applicants to verify their income, their family size, their immigration status, and their residence before enrolling ensures that you're not going to have people abusing the system and ripping off hard-working taxpayers. Now, Mr. President, that is common sense. Our Democrat colleagues should be working with us to implement more integrity measures to ensure that these taxpayer-funded benefits only go to the people who deserve them. Republicans want to tackle the rising premium costs because this is too expensive to afford. They want to drive down the cost of prescription drugs by holding pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs, accountable. We want to streamline the process for prompt payment of claims, put a shot clock on these insurance companies, make certain they're paying your local doctor, and maintain the fiscal solvency of the Medicare program. We want to see health care freedom. People want to make certain that we've got choice and options, that you're not mandated into a program you don't want that covers things you don't need. How about health savings accounts? How about association health plans? How about a cross-state line purchase of health insurance? So when you get a health insurance product you like, you can keep it. When you get a doctor you like, you can keep him. When you get a payment price you like, you can keep that and make it. Well, we would love to be addressing these issues, but our Democrat colleagues have decided they want to keep going with a government shutdown and hold the government hostage so they can appease their left-wing base. It's time for them to end the theatrics and come to the table and get back to work. I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to use a prop during my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, legend has it that the halls of the Capitol are haunted by a demon cat. If you look closely, paw prints left behind by this stray spirit can be spotted outside the entrance of the old Supreme Court chamber. From poltergeists to apparitions of Abraham Lincoln and other dead presidents, Washington has a long history of ghost stories. The city itself was transformed into a ghost town when government workers disappeared from their desks as a result of President Biden's lax telework policies. For years, most agency headquarters were left with just a skeleton crew. Even after the bureaucrats were called back to work by President Trump, before being furloughed by the government shutdown, the buildings remained largely empty. Thousands of other government buildings are completely vacant. Thousands are uninhabited by a single soul in Washington, D.C. Deserted and left in a state of disrepair for years, many properties have been condemned to a fate worse than death. One was described as a roach-infested mold dungeon. Bugs were spotted crawling out of faucets and creeping across the floors of another. While some have been described as cold, gray eyesores, others are literally death traps. The drinking water in many sat stagnant for so long that it turned into a deadly potion of toxic metals and biohazards. Renovations and upgrades to make the horrifying offices habitable again would cost the taxpayers, and prepare yourself for a jump scare, $370 billion. Yes, folks, that's billion with a B. I just don't know what possesses Washington to hold onto decaying properties. Meanwhile, around the country, other old haunts are returning from beyond the grave. But there's no reason to fear this zombie apocalypse. It's that time of year when boarded up businesses come back to life as Spirit Halloween stores. It's almost spooky how fast these Halloween stores pop up, transforming the remains of abandoned buildings into a billion-dollar business. Spirit Halloween's successful body-snatching business model scares up a great idea for reviving the government's graveyard of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales. It's an idea only a zombie wouldn't like, since it's such a no-brainer. My Disposal Act would fast-track the sale of unused, unneeded, and underutilized government properties. Congress should embrace the Halloween spirit by passing this bill and let the unfurling of Spirit Halloween banners begin. Many of the properties that would be put on the market by my bill are in prime locations, so potential buyers should be prepared to act quickly before these once-in-a-lifetime sales vanish like a ghost. The real monster this bill is designed to slay, however, is one that has been lurking around Washington for way too long: our national debt, which now exceeds $38 trillion. That amount should scare us all into taking action. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. I would note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
assume the position. You covered me. Well, good morning, everyone. We are now beginning day 30 of the Democrat shutdown. And as there are millions of Americans this morning that are embracing themselves for further pain and hardship, we'll highlight some of that this morning. The Democrats, incredibly, are showing no signs at all that they want to end their shutdown. Now, they will have another opportunity today. The Democrats in the Senate will have their 15th opportunity to do the right thing. We're concerned that they won't. And if they reject this for the 15th time, they will be ensuring that this shutdown continues past the November 1st deadline. And that is a fateful deadline for a number of reasons. Starting on Saturday, let me give you a list of things that this means for the American people. It means that tens of millions of American families will struggle to keep food on the table because the SNAP program benefits will run dry. It means that WIC assistance, that's women, infants, will be at risk of running dry. It means that Head Start centers, which serve 60,000 children nationwide, will be at risk of closure. Millions of federal workers, and we've listed them here every day. You're talking about air traffic controllers and TSA agents and park rangers and Border Patrol agents, law enforcement around the country. The stewards of our nuclear arsenal will miss their paychecks. Thousands of flights, by result, will be canceled or delayed, while our borders and national security will be directly jeopardized at a very dangerous moment in world history. And our country will lose tens of billions in gross domestic product. With each passing day, the pain gets more real, and the Democrats are guaranteeing when they vote to reject our clean funding resolution. We expect they will do that again today for the 15th time. They are showing no shame whatsoever in their actions. Now, just as we clearly know what is happening, which we've recounted here every morning, the American people can never forget. We also clearly know why it's happening. And I brought a few friends. We brought some colleagues here from the state of New York and New York City to share with you about some of what's going on here. Back in March, this is very clear what happened. Let me summarize very briefly as I can. Back in March, Chuck Schumer voted for the clean CR, the same measure that's on the floor now. He did the right thing, and he went on the floor of the Senate, and he gave an impassioned speech of why we could never inflict all this pain on the American people. He meant it from his heart, and he was consistent in what he had done over his 44 years in Congress, always voting to fund the government. But when he did the right thing in March, he received an onslaught of criticism from the far left base and the Democrat Party. He almost lost his job. Many of you wrote about it. He was in jeopardy of not winning his next reelection. That's how serious it was. So Chuck Schumer got a bunch of consultants and staff in a back room, and they concocted a plan, a political stunt. And they determined right then that the next time there was a funding measure, no matter how meritorious and no matter how much it would cause pain to the American people, that he would vote against it. He would show a fight to President Trump so he could save his political skin. It's exactly what happened. He did this so he could prove to his base that he's showing a fight. And as a result of this charade, he has brought the Democrats to their lowest point in decades. Literally, the Democratic Party has its lowest approval rating. Democrats in Congress have their lowest approval rating ever in the history of polling. The labor unions, working class Americans, independents are fleeing his party. And they are coming to the party of common sense because they see us here trying to solve these problems. They see us here voting over and over and over to fund the government and give them their paychecks. And they see the Democrats dug in against it. And now Chuck Schumer is desperately trying to cling to power. Unfortunately, when you make decisions out of fear and political desperation, you have already lost control. And the new power center in the Democrat Party is one that should frighten every common sense American. The radical socialist wing is rising. It is led by people like AOC and Bernie Sanders. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer know this. They're smart politicians in that way. They can feel the political winds, and they know that they have to continue to act belligerently in order to gain the favor of the far left. It's their own political survival that they had put in front of the needs of the entire country. Let me say that again. The Democrat leaders in the Senate and the House have put their own political survival in front of the needs of the American people. Exhibit A is Zohran Mamdani. New York City, America's largest city, the cradle of capitalism that has always been, is facing a real crisis right now. They've got a 34-year-old, unproven, untested socialist who looks to be the next mayor. He may well be elected. Mamdani winning New York City would be the biggest win for the Marxists, the socialists, in the history of this country. We have, to this point, in nearly 250 years, been able to hold off those kinds of ideas. We've been able to cling to the foundational principles of America, the ideas of individual freedom and limited government and the rule of law and peace through strength and fiscal responsibility and free markets and human dignity. All those things are in jeopardy when the Marxists take over. And it's the clearest sign yet that the Democrats' radical Marxist wing is winning the battle for control of their party. Look at where the energy is. This should be alarming to everyone around the country. Mamdani has, of course, called to defund the police, to abolish all prisons, to legalize prostitution. He lambasted the New York PD, New York Police Department, as a racist system. And you might have seen, if you in the media are covering this, but there was a new video uncovered from 2023, just 2 years ago, and he said, quote, "We have to be clear, when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF. Look, it's a unique talent to merge one's loathing for American law enforcement with their loathing for the Jewish people. But this guy's, he's managed to do it. New York is just the tip of the iceberg. It's not isolated to America's largest city. It's other cities as well. Look at Seattle, where the leading candidate for mayor is an open socialist. Look at Minneapolis, where the sitting socialist mayor is facing a challenge from his left flank. And look here in Congress, where we have our own wing of Marxist acolytes serving here. Amazingly, the media is criticizing Republicans for fixating on Mamdani. I read some of that yesterday. This socialist uprising is something that we have a responsibility to call out and sound the alarms. That's what elected representatives of the people are supposed to do, and we take that responsibility seriously. And obviously, Mamdani is a big issue here in the halls of Congress. Why? Because the second highest ranked Democrat in the country, Leader Jeffries, endorsed him. They're making Mamdani a mainstream Democrat now, and this party has left the people. Of course, the press wants us to ignore Mamdani. Here it's an embarrassment because most of the press is on the side of the Democrats. They don't want us to talk about that, but we have to. Because by endorsing Mamdani, Hakeem Jeffries has endorsed and co-owned his positions, his past statements, his Marxist playbook, and everything else that that guy espouses. And so, too, does every single House Democrat who will be inviting their leader, Jeffries, to their campaigns and to their districts next year. Every single one of them at every campaign stop should be asked, what do you think about Mamdani? What do you think about his positions? While House Democrats court Marxists in New York, Senate Democrats have chosen to shut down the government over a totally clean, nonpartisan CR. It's the first time in history, in the history of this country, that any party has done that, has chosen, had the audacity to shut the government down over a totally clean, nonpartisan funding measure. They're bowing to the demands of their far-left base, and no one can deny that. The facts are very clear. The American people are intelligent. They understand what's happening here. We pray that the Democrats, at least a handful of centrists, if there are any moderates left in the Democrat Party in the Senate, we pray that they will come to their senses and they will do the right thing by the American people, that they will stop all the pain and that they will reopen the government. As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to become very dire. There is one way out of this, the easy way, the obvious way, and that is for the Democrats to do their job and vote for the CR. Now, I mentioned we brought some of our good friends and colleagues here from New York to talk about the mess that the Democrats have created in the Empire State. Now, why are we focusing on New York? Because, again, it's a bellwether for the rest of the nation. If you're watching at home, you need to understand the dynamics of what's happening in New York, because you have to ensure that it doesn't happen in your city, in your town, in your state. And these folks are watching this, and they're fighting it. Our Republicans in New York are trying to hold the line. They're trying to defend what is great about this extraordinary and exceptional nation that we have. But they have a lot of headwinds, and they're here to share how this reckless shutdown is impacting everyday New Yorkers. And I'm delighted to bring up to the podium, before we get our leadership reports here, one of my dear friends and colleagues and classmates back from the 115th Congress when we came in as freshmen together, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, who is from the 22nd District of New York. She does an extraordinary job here for her state and for the country. Claudia, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and my colleagues. I actually hail from the 24th District, a little bit of we've had some redistricting in upstate New York a couple of times. But I just want to say good morning and thank you again to my colleagues for being here. This is really important. And I wish I could say that I am surprised by what we're witnessing, but this is exactly what happens when the Democratic Party surrenders to its most radical fringe. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries lack the political courage to stand up to the Marxist, anti-Semitic, anti-law enforcement base led by Mamdani now, AOC, and Bernie Sanders. Schumer and Jeffries are both weak leaders from New York, and specifically New York City, where they have never had to face serious political opposition and have enjoyed nothing but glowing praise from their friends in the media. They are ill-suited to lead the Democratic Party at the national level, which is on dramatic display with each passing day of this tragic shutdown. They have traded true leadership for appeasement, responsibility for disorder, and principle for political survival. This shutdown is their choice. They've surrendered to radicals funded by dark money groups pushing anti-police, anti-Israel, anti-American garbage. Now the country is paying the price. I served with Hakeem Jeffries in the New York State Legislature. He sat right next to me. I've seen this playbook before, as have my colleagues in New York who also served in the legislature. It is the same corrupt Albany routine. Reward insiders, punish taxpayers, and blame everybody else. Today, it is something far worse. A movement run by socialist Marxist activists. I don't like to call them socialists, they're really Marxist. And extremist networks, and they have hijacked the Democratic Party. And as the Speaker pointed out, just look at Zohran Mamdani, a member of the State Assembly, by the way. He actually defeated a fairly liberal member of the Assembly, who is, in a narrow election, but there he is in the State Assembly. He is the face of the new far-left coalition, and make no mistake about it, the new leader of the New York Democratic Party. His campaign is not grassroots. It's bankrolled by Soros money, radical clerics, and communists working together to push a Marxist agenda in America's largest city. Schumer and Jeffries will not stand up to this movement. We've seen this because, as the Speaker pointed out, they're terrified of it. They have built their political survival on appeasing the far left, and now our entire country is being held hostage by it. They cannot open the government without angering the radicals who radically run their party. The Democratic Party is now controlled, as I said, by the Marxist activists, dark money donors. This is not a grassroots effort. And anti-American ideology is dominating this. And they would rather destroy the system than to lose power. And unfortunately, Leader Jeffries and Leader Schumer are just succumbing to this. New Yorkers are already paying the price, and we have been paying the price. From Albany's Medicaid for illegal scheme to Mamdani's socialist city agenda, working families are being crushed under taxes, mandates, and ideology. And if we don't stand up, the damage will not end at the Hudson. It will reach every corner of upstate New York and across this country. We are here to fight for the men and women who build, farm, serve, and raise families across New York and our nation. They are the backbone of this nation, and they deserve a government that works for them, not political insiders who have created this mess. So my message to Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries is simple. Stop playing games. Stop bowing to this mob and reopen our government. Pay our troops, fund essential services, and start putting American families, and especially in my case and my colleagues here, New York families first. And my message to New Yorkers is this: stand up, speak out, reject this radicalism that has taken over not just our city, but will take over our state. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the moment.
Well, thank you, Claudia, and my other colleagues from New York for coming. And it's so sad to see what's happened to that great state of New York. But if you go back to November, when President Trump won an overwhelming victory to come back as president, defeating Kamala Harris, winning every one of the 7 swing states. In those months after, what you saw was this internal conflict within the Democrat Party. Who is the head of the Democrat Party? You heard it over and over. Some people are trying to raise their hand. A very, very weak bench of failed leaders, primarily governors from failed states, wanting to jump ahead of everybody else and claim the title. And yet, as the Democrat Party stayed that rudderless ship for months and months, because of this perfect storm, that the 2 top Democrat leaders in the House and Senate both hail from the state of New York. With the emergence now of Zohran Mamdani, you have seen Zohran Mamdani quickly become the new head of the Democrat Party nationally, because Chuck Schumer, who is the head Democrat in the Senate, and Hakeem Jeffries, who's the head Democrat in the House, both hailing from New York, are scared to death of that far-left extremist, radical, socialist, Marxist movement in their own party, starting in New York. And because Mamdani has taken off there, it is affecting real people everywhere in America. Devastating consequences. We've talked about it over and over. You know, the last few weeks, we talked about the pain, the suffering that Democrats were causing to especially federal workers, our troops, air traffic controllers, every other federal worker who wasn't getting paid. Some, President Trump found ways to get paid. Others, there weren't ways to do the same thing, but the president worked overtime. Look at what the president did working overtime, at least doing his job, in China this morning. A historic trade deal with China announced, where they resolved some issues on tariffs. Our soybean farmers going to be able to sell more of their products into China. Critical minerals that we'll be able to get. All of those things President Trump continues to do while Democrats want to try to spew chaos around the country. But the harm to families, as we've been talking about, while real, is unfortunately going to get worse. And we've been telegraphing this for weeks, pleading with our Democrat colleagues in the Senate. Just five Democrats need to get the courage to end the shutdown. And only they can do it. They know that. And what are those consequences? We've been talking for weeks. Coming this weekend, Saturday, 42 million SNAP beneficiaries will lose those benefits. Those cards are going to go to zero. When they go to the grocery store to try to put food on the table, there will be no money in those accounts. And what is Chuck Schumer going to tell those families? It's no longer hypothetical. It's no longer theoretical. It's real suffering and pain, and they know that. We've given you the quotes over and over these last few weeks. They admit they are causing suffering. They're using the American people for leverage, and they just don't care. But I think they're going to start hearing more and more from people. There's some people we've been hearing from. The National Veteran Advocate, his retired U.S. Army Sergeant Eric Donahoe, said this, quote, "The decision to vote against advancing the CR is now causing financial harm to families who serve this country." He went on to say, quote, "When I spoke with Democratic staffers that I know they called this shutdown a political opportunity. They think the more Americans hurt, the more power they gain. They even bragged about it," Donahoe said. Quote, "This isn't a headline to us. It's rent, it's groceries, it's mental health, it's stability." And of course, you've heard just a few days ago, we had the National Air Traffic Controllers Association and the American Federation of Government Employees demanding that Democrats pass the clean CR. more and more you're seeing this growing chorus of people from all corners, including Democrat corners, telling their own party leaders, stop this madness, end the madness, and vote to open the government. But again, this weekend, it gets even more painful, more suffering that they will impose if they keep this madness up. And so I'm going to try to find 5 Democrat senators. It's all we need is 5. So let's start with John Ossoff in Georgia. Starting this weekend, over 1.3 million enrollees in SNAP in his home state of Georgia lose their benefits. 1.3 million, Senator. What are you going to tell those families if you vote no today? If you vote to take their food away this weekend? That's what your vote means today. 109,000 federal workers in his state of Georgia. Of course, the largest airport in America is in his home state of Georgia, and they're already experiencing flight delays in Atlanta. 231,000 women, infant, and children will lose their benefits in Senator Ossoff's home state of Georgia if he votes no today. Think about them when you're casting that vote. Senator Warner in Virginia, 825,000 SNAP enrollees in his home state of Virginia. 189,000 federal workers. Don't come up here and give some speech lamenting about the hardships those people are facing when you're the one voting to impose those hardships. You can stop that today by voting yes. 107,000 women, infant, and children will lose their benefits in Virginia if Senator Warner votes no. Tina Smith in Minnesota, 452,000 enrollees in the SNAP program, 33,000 federal workers, and 101,000 women, infant, and children in Minnesota will lose their benefits if Tina Smith votes no today. Gary Peters in Michigan, over 1.4 million enrollees in SNAP. No food stamp benefits this weekend to 1.4 million Michiganders. 56,000 federal workers, 189,000 women, infant, and children will go without food this weekend in Michigan if Senator Peters votes no. Senator Sheehan in New Hampshire, 76,000 enrollees in SNAP, 9,000 federal workers, and 12,000 women, infant, and children will go hungry in New Hampshire if Senator Sheehan votes no. I could go on with more and more of these. All we need is 5. That's 5 right there. If they get the courage, they don't have to impose that pain on families. But the only way this suffering is prevented is if they come to their senses and vote yes. We all know the math. We all know what's needed. But it's not just math. It's millions and millions of families across this country that will truly suffer and go without food if they vote no today. It's a straightforward vote. We've all voted yes and passed it through the House over a month ago. End the madness and pass this bill. Our whip, Tom Emmer.
We are officially 30 days into the Democrats' needless government shutdown. 30 days that millions of federal workers have gone without a paycheck. 30 days that critical telehealth services and in-home hospital care programs have been put on pause for the vulnerable Americans who need it most. 30 days that our national security has been put at risk due to staffing shortages. Not to mention the SNAP benefits that you've heard our leader go through in detail that will be cut off for more than 40 million low-income Americans if the Democrats fail to reopen the government before Saturday. It's been 30 days of pure obstruction from Democrat lawmakers who care more about appeasing the radical Mamdani and Omar Fata wing of their party than reopening the government for the people they were elected to serve. Americans are hurting. Families are turning to food banks. Major airports are issuing ground stops. But the Democrats don't care. In fact, they've orchestrated this chaos by refusing to support our nonpartisan government funding bill 14 times now. And for what? So that they can kowtow to the people like Kami. And I will just say to my great friend and colleague, Claudia Tenney, socialists are now the moderates in my grandfather's Democrat Party. These are communists and Marxists. They are kowtowing to the people like Kami Mamdani ahead of the election. People are struggling in the meantime to put food on the table, and the Democrats are too busy playing politics to do anything about it. It's disgusting, and it needs to end. I say it every day when we do this. Remember, all we need is 5 Senate Democrats to come to their senses, break ranks with Chuck Schumer, support our clean CR, and reopen the government. It's past time for Democrats in Congress to get serious and do their jobs for the people they were elected to serve, not for the communist mayoral candidate in New York City, our conference chair.
Thank you. Kami Mandami, that might stick. That might stick. Well, good. Yeah, the truth hurts, right?
Works.
Works. All right. Well, this Saturday, SNAP benefits run out for 42 million Americans. 42 million Americans, the SNAP benefits will run out. Let me say it one more time and let it sink in. 42 million families, including thousands in my home state of Michigan, could lose the ability to put food on the table for their families. Why? Because Democrats choose to use their pain and their hunger as leverage. Leverage for more wasteful spending, leverage to satisfy their radical base. And what are Republicans doing? Republicans did their job and are going to continue to do our job. We voted for a clean, responsible bill to keep the government open and fully fund SNAP. So let me be very clear. Republicans voted to continue funding for SNAP and continue to have families have the ability to feed their families. Democrats voted to take food off the table and voted to discontinue SNAP benefits. It is that simple. Democrats voted to shut it down, and they voted to deny food assistance to 42 million Americans. And they voted that way more than a dozen times. Just so y'all didn't get confused, they wanted to make sure that they rubbed it in your face more than a dozen times that they wanted to stop the SNAP benefits. Not just once, not just twice. They wanted to make doggone sure you knew they voted more than a dozen times to kill the SNAP benefits, to take food off your table. Just so you're clear. And let's remember, they did it, and let
Democratic leader no earlier than Tuesday, November the 4th. Further, if cloture is invoked on the tongue nomination, that all post-cloture time be expired and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination, notwithstanding Rule 22, at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader no earlier than Wednesday, November the 5th. Finally, confirm the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider executive calendar number 371.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Eric Chun-Yi Tung of California to be United States Circuit Judge for the Ninth Circuit.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Eric Chun-Yi Tung of California to be United States Circuit Judge for the Ninth Circuit, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as
President, I
follows.
ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session and consider the following nominations in block. Calendar number 451, 490, 492 through 495, 496, with the exception of Lieutenant General Christopher O. Mohan, calendar number 497 through calendar number 502, and calendar number 504 through calendar number 508. All nominations on the Secretary's desk with the exception of PN 89. And the nominations be confirmed in block. The motions to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order or any of the nominations, that the President be notified of the Senate's action immediately, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Armed Services Committee be discharged for further consideration of S3002 and the bill referred to the Appropriations Committee.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the in-block consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk, SRES 478 and SRES 479.
Is there an objection to proceeding on block?
Without objection, the Senate will proceed on block.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed on block.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all in block.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, November the 3rd, that following the prayer and pledge, the general proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Finally, that the cloture motion with respect to the tongue nomination ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Is there an objection? Senator from Nevada.
Reserving the right to object. This is truly outrageous. After doing absolutely nothing all year to prevent a massive spike in health care costs, Senate Republicans now want to go home for yet another weekend and do nothing, just like the House Republicans have been doing for the past month, while families find out how much their health care costs are going up for the next year. Senate Republicans are just acting as if it's business as usual. Well, I'm here to tell you why it's not business as usual. This Saturday, the day after tomorrow, is November 1st, the beginning of open enrollment for families who buy their health care through the Affordable Care Act marketplace. Many hardworking families rely on the ACA's enhanced premium tax credits just to be able to afford their health care policy. But unfortunately, they will expire this year and must be extended to keep health care costs from rising for everyone. It's not a handout, not welfare. It's tax cuts that help lower the cost of health care for families in all of our states. And without these, health care costs are going to go up for everyone, and many will be priced out of care. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to see reason, to understand that this is not a partisan issue. Americans, well, all of us, are one medical diagnosis away from catastrophe. Strokes, cancer, heart attacks, don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. It's why we need to make sure all of our constituents are able to afford a health care policy. It's not unreasonable. But if an appeal to humanity doesn't work, maybe an appeal to your political instincts will. 6 of the 10 states that have the most amount of people receiving the enhanced premium tax credits are states with 2 Republican senators, including Florida, which is at the top of the list, Texas, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, and Ohio. So this isn't just good policy. It's critical for your own constituents. Isn't that why we were all elected? Not to go have gold-plated dinners at the White House to celebrate not taking action on Americans' health care, protecting Americans' health care. We were elected to help families, to stand up for them and make sure that they could thrive and reach the American dream. And it's about damn time we remembered all of that. So no, we should not act like this is business as usual. We should work to find a path forward that protects health care access. And if that means we need to be here all weekend, so be it. And if you disagree, I want you to be on the record saying you want to go home for the weekend right as families are confronted with higher health care costs. And so everybody here knows me. I'm usually pretty mild-mannered. I'm willing to work with anyone. And I remain willing to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to prevent health care costs from going up in the future. But I'm fed up. The dysfunction in this place is going to have real consequences when people lose their health care coverage. And I'm done. I'm just done. We need to figure this out, work in a bipartisan way, not next week, but right now. So therefore, while I do not object to the senator's motion on housekeeping matters for the Senate, I will not provide my consent to adjourning the Senate today without a vote so that members of this chamber can make clear whether or not they are willing to give up one weekend to roll up their sleeves and work together to prevent a massive spike in health care costs. Thank you.
Further business to come before the Senate, I move to it.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I move to adjourn under the previous order.
Questions on the motion to adjourn? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to. Until 3 p.m. on Monday.
Make sure that we don't forget, and let's make sure we remind them who voted to keep food on the table and who voted to take food off the table. Because at some point in time, they're going to reverse what they're talking about and do what they normally do, and that's try and blame us. But let's hold them accountable for once to the votes that they've taken. I can assure you I will. I met one of these recipients last weekend while I was volunteering at a food bank in St. Clair County. His name was Jim. Jim's wife is a teacher, and he's a retired auto worker. They rely on SNAP to help cover the cost of groceries. Jim waited in line for more than 3 hours because he knows he won't be getting his benefits. That's what he told me. But you know what he told me? I thought this was very insightful. He told me, thank you. He told me, thank you for all you're doing to keep the government open. He also told me to please talk to our senators and ask them, since they voted and they campaigned on being moderates and reaching across the aisle, to fulfill their campaign promises and stop using families like Jim as leverage and care about the people that they were elected to represent. I also spoke with a woman who recently lost her husband. She's now raising her grandkids and told me she's never needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford groceries. These are real people struggling, real people that Republicans are actually fighting for, and real people that I am fighting for. Jim is not leverage. Jim is a person with a family to feed. Open up the government and stop using Jim and his family as leverage to kowtow to your radical political base. Do what you know is right and what you have said is right, and open up the government. A farmer back home once told me, when you're not hungry, you have a lot of problems. When you're hungry, you have one. Right now, families on SNAP have a problem. And that problem should never, ever be used as political leverage. So Republicans, we're gonna keep on working and we're gonna keep on fighting. And you know what? We will keep showing up. And while we keep demanding that Democrats stop using suffering Americans as pawns in their political games, I implore my two senators, do what you said you were gonna do. Do what you said that you are. You've reached across the aisle. You're moderates. You care about people. Well, show that in your actions and vote for a clean CR for families like Jim who you represent. Please, they are counting on you. And every no vote means that you are keeping food from their table. So please, it is time to pass the clean CR and actually put the people who you represent, Americans, first. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. I just want to thank again our colleagues from
The entire government will be shut down until further notice.
I'm sorry, I just started hearing really loud circus music in my head. What did you say? How long will they be closed?
Could be forever.
You're out of your mind.
I'm going to make this way harder than it needs to be.
I'm waiting.
Could you be any slower?
It's been 84 years.
Clock is ticking like this. Let's f***ing move. Let's go.
I don't understand why it's so difficult.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Get a hold of yourself.
Hurry it up, Nut.
What is your problem, pal?
Pull yourself together.
Hurry up, will you?
Get your shit together.
The entire government will be shut down until further notice.
I'm sorry, I just started hearing really loud circus music in my head. What did you say? How long will they be closed?
Could be forever.
You're out of your mind. I'm going to make this way harder than it needs to be. I'm waiting. Could you be any slower?
It's been 84 years.
Clock is ticking like this.
Let's f***ing move. Let's go.
I don't understand why it's so difficult.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Get a hold of yourself.
Hurry it up, Nut. What is your problem, pal?
Pull yourself together.
Hurry up, will you? Get your shit together.
From New York, LaLota and Lawler, Garbarino, Langworthy and Tenney. It's a difficult job to hold the line in that state, but they do it very, very well, and we're grateful they're there, and that there are so many common sense New Yorkers who still believe in freedom and in the greatness of America, and they keep sending us patriots like this to do the job. So we'll take a few questions. Yes, sir, second row.
During the last shutdown in 2019, it was the first Trump administration, and they made sure that in the second month of the shutdown, SNAP benefits would go out. They had them sent early. Why do you think they shouldn't do that this time?
Well, the president, this administration has done exactly what he did in the first term, and that is bend over backwards to make sure that we mitigate the harm. We explained here yesterday that any administration in a shutdown scenario has figuratively a control panel of pain dials. In the Obama administration, 2013, when they shut it down, they turned all the dials to 10. They wanted it to hurt, and so remember, famously, they put the yellow crime tape around the World War II memorial and prevented aging veterans from going and visiting these landmarks. They made it hurt. President Trump has done exactly the opposite. I mean, he's done everything he can. He's ordered all of his cabinet secretaries to mitigate the harm. So, for example, as you know, with WIC funding, they found a way to fund that with tariff revenue. We found a way to pay the troops once already in October, hopefully at the end of this month by moving money around. But it's very difficult to do. Those are not inexhaustible funds. When it comes to SNAP, some of the Democrats have argued that you can use this contingency fund, but the truth is there's no legal mechanism to do it. Unlike with WIC funding that was attached to a 1930s era statute that was related to tariff funds because it was related to nutrition and food coming over the border, there's no such legal avenue to give SNAP funding now. It doesn't exist. The problem is the contingency and the authority to do that was voted down in the CR when the Democrats themselves did it. So the president has lamented this. He has informed USDA and everybody. Do as best you can, but the money doesn't exist to do it. The simplest way to end the pain and the simplest way to make this stop is for the Democrats to do the obvious and right thing and vote for the nonpartisan funding measure so that we can turn everything back on. Then we will get back here, and then we will debate all these other extraneous issues. But right now, the first job of the government is to keep it in operation and take care of the people who depend upon all these services we've articulated today. It's nonsense, and it has to end, and you should be asking them the tough questions, why they're willing to inflict this pain on the people for their partisan political purposes. Yes, ma'am. ACA subsidy working group? Look, I'm not surprised that the conversations are turning up in earnest. I mean, when you're talking about the handful of centrists and moderates that are there, they feel the pressure of this. You have all the major unions now coming out, as we've noted, demanding that they do the right thing and get the paychecks flowing again. You have flights being delayed and canceled. It harms people on their nutrition and their food and everything else. And so this is not a surprise to us. We welcome them doing the right thing, but again, we don't have anything to negotiate because we didn't put any partisan Republican priorities on the CR at all. I don't have anything I can pull off of it to make it more palatable for them. So our urge and our plea to them is just do the darn right thing and open the government. And then we'll figure all the rest of these things out. We were always scheduled. We were always planning to have the debate about the COVID-era subsidies and all these other issues in October, November, December. The COVID-era subsidies don't expire until the end of December. There are all sorts of discussions going on about that, all kinds of ideas. I could give you dozens of them that have been collected just in the House Republican Conference. There needs to be massive reform. There need to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program, which we think is rife in it, and many other things. So there's informal working groups going on as we speak. There's discussions being had amongst all the members. But we've got to get the lights turned back on here and get the services provided to the people so that we can come here and do the rest of the legislative job. Yes, ma'am.
Would you be willing to fund part of the government for the full year, as some of the senators are discussing, without a CR to open?
These rifle shot bills that you keep hearing about deviates from the goal. We have one singular purpose, and that is to reopen and fund the entire government. The Democrats do not get to shut down the government and then make the decision on who's more important than the other and which little thing they want to fund to relieve their own political pain. We have one purpose, and that is turn this thing back on. And all those other efforts are deviations, and it's political games. They're trying to cover their own tails now because they know they have inflicted this pain. I'm going to remind you again 14 times. I bring my chart in every day. I'll bring it back tomorrow because I want everybody to remember. Republicans have voted 14 times to fund the government, and the Democrats have voted 14 times to close it. They are imposing the pain, and now they're feeling a little pain themselves because people are starting to let them hear about it. They better do the right thing. That's all we can say. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, you mentioned today that the Senate's going to vote for the 15th time and the Democrats are supposed to. The Senate's actually not voting today on the CR to fund the government. Do you agree with the Democrats' decision to let Democrats sit with this over the weekend? They're not voting today on the CR, so the SNAP benefits are going to lapse. They're not taking that vote today.
Well, Leader Thune was pretty upset yesterday. We've all seen the video. Mad John on the floor, and it's appropriate. When we come in here and do these briefings, I can empathize with them because we're happy warriors. I like to come in and have a good time in press conferences and tell you good news and all of that. But this feels very much like in my state, Louisiana is a hurricane state. It's like giving a briefing during a hurricane, a Cat 5 hurricane. Right before it hits shores. We put the sandbags around our homes and we board up the windows and we do everything we can to prepare, but we know the real pain is about to hit. And we feel helpless in doing anything about it. And that's the same emotion that we feel here at the podium and when we're on the floor. And Leader Thune let them have it yesterday because they were trying to play games, and we're just fed up with it. He's a very even-tempered, calm guy. I mean, I try to maintain the same demeanor, but it's infuriating to us. I'm not going to second guess his decisions on when they schedule the votes each time, but he's probably about had it with their nonsense. And when they tell him and they thumb their nose at him and give him, and say other things that they like to drop the F-bomb now for fun, for emphasis apparently. When they tell him those things, he probably recognizes it's a futile effort. He realizes they're dug in, that they don't care. They're more afraid of the Marxist, socialist, far left in the party than they are the harm that they're going to cause in the American people. That's a fact, and you need to make them try to refute that because they can't. I'm grateful again for our New York colleagues for holding their ground and standing guard as they do and for being here. Thank you all so much.
I thought it was an amazing meeting. He's a great leader of a very powerful, very strong country, China. And what can I say? We have, it was an outstanding group of decisions, I think, that was made. A lot of decisions were made, too. There wasn't too much left out there. And we've come to conclusion on many very important points, and we'll be handing that to you in a little while. We're having, because there was a lot of different things, many of them very important. We're in agreement on so many elements, large amounts, tremendous amounts of the soybeans and other farm products are going to be purchased immediately, starting immediately. If you notice, President Xi authorized yesterday for China to start, did you know that, right? China to start buying in very large quantities of soybeans and other things, which I appreciated. That was a very nice gesture. And many other things like that. On fentanyl, agreed that he was going to work very hard to stop the flow. You know, it's a very complex subject because it's used for lots of different reasons, including anesthetics and things. But he's going to work very hard on it, precursors, and I think you're going to see some real action taken. I've agreed, as you know, I put a 20% tariff on China because of the fentanyl coming in, which is it's a big tariff. And based on his statements today, I reduced it by 10%, so it's 10% instead of 20% effective immediately. I believe he's going to work very hard to stop the death that's coming in. But again, it's complex because what fentanyl is, what the precursors do. So I think you're going to see a big difference. We've had discussions on many of the elements that you're talking about all the time. You're asking me questions, and most of those things were I think agreed to for the most part. I think we agreed to almost everything in a very acceptable form. I wouldn't say everything was discussed because there were things that probably, in retrospect, we could have discussed and we didn't, for some reason, didn't come up. But if you have any questions, let me know.
What about chips, sir? Did he agree? Did you agree to sell any more down?
Chips. We did discuss chips, and he's going to be. They're going to be talking to NVIDIA and others about taking chips. Look, we make great chips. NVIDIA is the leader, and I'll be speaking to Jensen from NVIDIA. But they're going to be discussing that with NVIDIA to see whether or not they can do. I said that's really between you and NVIDIA, but we're sort of the arbitrator or the referee. It's a little rough up here. The skies are a little rough.
And just to clarify, sir, that is the downgraded Blackwell chips. You would authorize those to be exported?
No, not the Blackwell. We're not talking about the Blackwell. That just came out yesterday. But a lot of chips, a lot of the chips. That's good for us.
How soon do you think you'd be able to sign an actual...
Please, come on. You know what you do? Yeah, come on.
Let me
Stand
just,
right over here.
Yeah, hey everybody, thanks. Let me just make a point on the chips. As the president was saying, there's so many chips we already sent to China, a lot of advanced chips, etc. And as he said, NVIDIA will talk to China and see what's possible. The Blackwell chips, of course, weren't discussed. We focused on export controls of China on rare earths, and they're going to keep those flowing, which is quite important.
What are the major stumbling blocks that are left now to work through, and how soon do you think you could sign a trade deal with China?
Well, I think pretty soon. We have not too many major stumbling blocks. We have a deal. Now, every year we'll renegotiate the deal, but I think the deal will go on for a long time, long beyond the year. We'll negotiate at the end of the year, but all of the rare earth has been settled, and that's for the world. I mean, worldwide. This, I guess you could really say this was a worldwide situation, not just a U.S. situation. So we continue to produce the rare earths and buy the rare earths and everything else, when you see from other countries. But China is, that whole situation, that roadblock is gone now. There's no roadblock at all on rare earth. That will hopefully disappear from our vocabulary for a little while.
So is that a one-year pause on the policy they announced?
It's a one-year agreement, and we'll extend it after a year.
And what will
like we do. It's a one-year deal that will, I think, be very routinely extended as time goes by.
To be totally clear, they're not going to impose the rare earth controls that they proposed. President Trump and President Xi came to an understanding on that thing.
What will your new tariff rate on China's goods be once you sign the deal?
Other than what the tariffs remain exactly the same.
55%.
It's about it was 57. Now it's 47.
And how long?
Because we reduced it by the fentanyl. Because I believe they are really taking strong action. We've already seen the action on fentanyl, and they're taking very strong action. So we reduced to 10%.
So that November date is gone when it was going to go up again?
Yeah.
Okay. That's right. So on fentanyl, they've agreed there are a variety of precursors. You may recall that actual fentanyl was scheduled by China in the president's first term successfully. There are certain precursors where they take whatever actions they need to control that. If they can control rare earths, we know they can control the precursors, and President Xi, I think, was very strong in saying he was going to enforce those laws internally, and of course we'll watch that, and we'll
He's
work
going to
with
be
them.
very strong in enforcing the fentanyl, everything having to do with fentanyl and regulations internally, including taking very strong measures against those that don't obey.
And a variety of other tariffs still remain. Section 301 tariffs from the original, a variety of Section 232 tariffs. Some of these tariffs are, as the President mentioned, around 40%. For some individual products, it may go up to 100%, but as a general matter, it's about 45, 47%.
So, sir, it sounds like you might be going to China then after the successful meeting.
That's another thing we agreed. I'll be going to China in April, and he'll be coming here sometime after that, whether it's in Florida, Palm Beach, or Washington, D.C.
Did you read anything on the shipping fees, the 301 shipping investigation?
Well, that's been.
So we're going to postpone that while we negotiate with them about that issue. We're trying to rebuild shipbuilding. The Cranes just agreed to invest $150 billion in shipbuilding, so we think we have a good path forward.
But that's no longer an issue.
Did the war in Ukraine or Taiwan come up?
We discussed that, and we discussed basically these are rough winds in Asia. I must tell you, this is a rough flight. We could have waited an hour, maybe. This is a little tough. These are tough conditions for interviews. You know, they're going to be watching Trump. They're going to say he didn't look too good. He's got the shakes. I don't have the shakes, but people are going to think I do.
You're pretty solid.
So Ukraine, it came up.
Yeah, it did come up. Ukraine came up very strongly. We talked about it for a long time, and we're both going to work together to see if we can get something done. We agreed the sides are, you know, locked in and fighting, and sometimes you have to let them fight, I guess. Crazy. But he's going to help us, and we're going to work together on Ukraine. There's not a lot more we can do. You know, he's been buying oil from Russia for a long time. It takes care of a big part of China. And, you know, I can say India's been very good on that front. But we didn't really discuss the oil. We discussed working together to see if we could get that war finished. You know, it doesn't affect China. It doesn't affect us. And I'd like to see it done on the basis, I don't like to see 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 young people, mostly young people, for the most part soldiers, be killed. It's not costing us anything. In fact, we make money, and I don't even want to talk about making money. I don't care about making money in that case. But, you know, we send weapons to NATO. They buy full price. They buy the weapons. They give them to whoever, but I think they give them probably to Ukraine for the most part. And we discussed it. We discussed all that. We're going to work together to try and get the war with Russia and Ukraine solved.
What about the Taiwan issue, sir?
It never came up. Taiwan never came up. It was not discussed, actually.
What else didn't come up that you thought might come up? You had mentioned you didn't get to everything.
You know, I mean, we had a long meeting, as you know, but a lot of things we discussed in great detail. A lot of things we brought to finalization. A lot of finalization. I thought it was a great meeting. I think it was a very friendly meeting. It was a good meeting for two very large, powerful countries. And that's the way we should get along with the large, powerful.
Why did you write your Truth Social about nuclear testing? What about resuming nuclear testing? What prompted you to do that right before the meeting?
It had to do with others. They seem to all be nuclear testing.
Russia?
We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing. You know, we've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
Any details around the testing, sir? Like where, when?
It'll be announced. You know, we have test sites. It'll be announced.
Did Israel give you a heads up before they bombed Gaza? And is it still a ceasefire if they're stopping?
It is. No, they had a sniper, and one of their soldiers were killed, and they did retribution. So we'll see. But yeah, it is a ceasefire. It's back to ceasefire.
But is that
the thinking behind reducing troops in Romania, the drawdown of U.S. troops in Romania?
You'd have to ask. I mean, I can tell you about it, but it's not very significant. It's not a big deal.
On nuclear weapons, sir, which countries do you have in mind when you say you want to send a signal?
What a rough ride this is. This is The interviews are tough enough without, without your life being threatened. You guys okay?
Yes, sir.
That camera guy's very steady. We're going to look real bad today on television, I'll tell you. I think that, it's pretty much, I think we've discussed mostly what we said, pretty comprehensive. We're going to issue a statement on some of the details. But overall, I guess on the scale of from 0 to 10, with 10 being the best, I would say the meeting was a 12. Okay, I think it was a 12. I think, very importantly, just the whole relationship is very, very important. And I think it was really good.
Well, especially coming on the heels of the successful trip. We're in Malaysia. You signed a peace deal for Cambodia and Thailand. Critical mineral deals with all our allies.
So many successful meetings. And so many meetings great for our country with literally hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars have come into our country over the last 4 days, represented by this meeting. But trillions of dollars, where Toyota is going to build plants, $10 billion worth of plants. And, I could go over so many different companies coming in. They're pouring money into the United States. So beyond even this meeting, this was an unbelievable trip. And I hope you're glad you were a part of it. It was big. Every country, Japan, I mean, you look at South Korea, Japan, and so many other countries that we met there, they're investing tremendous amounts of money in the United States, like money that we've never seen before.
So are we investments from China in the U.S., additional investments, anything like that?
They have investments, and they will invest. And China, I think they feel very strongly. They congratulated me on the tremendous success that we've had, because there's never been a country that has had so much money come into it for purposes of investment, for building, for auto plants, for AI, etc. So he was very strong on congratulating me for that.
But you didn't commit to any additional investment or outflow?
We didn't really discuss it, but he would.
Did you ever get through to Kim Jong-un about setting up a meeting? Does he have a phone?
We never were able to talk because I was so busy. And really, this is why we came. I think it would have been maybe disrespectful to the importance of this meeting if we did that. So I'd come back with respect to Kim Jong-un. I'd come back. It was.
What do you want to talk about with him?
I had a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. I think if I didn't get elected, you would have had. If Hillary Clinton came in at the time, who he doesn't like too many people other than me. If you want to know the truth, I think you would have had a big war. Could have been a very bad war too.
Sir, with the nuclear announcement, just one more on the nuclear announcement. Do you worry that we're entering a more risky environment when it comes to nuclear issues?
No, I don't think so. I think we have it pretty well locked up. But we have more than anybody. But I see them testing. I say, well, if they're going to test, I guess we have to test. I'd like to see a denuclearization because we have so many, and Russia has some. Russia's second, and China's third, and China will catch up within 4 or 5 years. I think de-escalation would be, they would call it denuclearization, would be a tremendous thing. And it's something, we are actually talking to Russia about that, and China would be added to that if we do something. Thank you all. It was a great success. It was a great honor. I mean, he's a tremendous leader of a very powerful country, and I give great respect to him, and we appreciate the fact that he came for this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anything on Canada? Anything on Canada?
We had a very nice conversation with him last night. We really did.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Somalia. Somalia. Hiran State. Mawisle. Mawisle. Early voting was hadda illa November 4. I need your vote. I need you. Hadan Udkina, hello. We're gonna win.
Never Trump rhinos want Andy Ogles out.
We've got to do something about Andy. I'm already there. He keeps pushing. He's going to topple everything.
Because he's too
Andy
pro-Trump,
Ogles, this terrific friend,
too conservative, and making way too many enemies in Washington.
Take a stand and show the left and the Marxists and the socialists and the enemies of our republic that we will not back down.
They can't control him. They can't silence him.
Grassroots all the way, right?
Andy Ogles stands with Trump, and he stands with you. Never Trump.
This was my liberal guide to loan repayment, but it also is a liberal guide to economics. I call it Bongenomics, okay? Here. It's called Don't Be a Fucking Bum. Go to work, you loser. This was my liberal guide to loan repayment, but it also is a liberal guide to economics. I call it Bongenomics, okay? Here. It's called Don't Be a Fucking Bum. Go to work, you loser.
Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip that started on the Venezuelan coast aboard this narco ship. The fake news said they were fishermen, but they were Tren de Aragua thugs, heading to the United States with a boat full of drugs. A boat full of drugs. Bad hombres decided to F around, so we blew them out of the water. We unleashed our secret weapon, and we dropped Katie Porter. We dropped Katie Porter. The narco boats were annihilated. Now the fish are high as hell. They got a free meal when the USA chummed the water with the cartels. And I got to look very well, by the way, with Davy Jones. You may have heard of him, Davy Jones. And he has a locker. And anybody who tries to sail drugs into our country, they're getting a one-way trip to Davy Jones' locker. That much I can tell you. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip that started on the Venezuelan coast aboard this narco ship. The fake news said they were fishermen, but they were Tren de Aragua thugs, heading to the United States with a boat full of drugs. A boat full of drugs. Bad hombres decided to F around, so we blew them out of the water. We unleashed our secret weapon, and we dropped Katie Porter. We dropped Katie Porter. The narco boats were annihilated. Now the fish are high as hell. They got a free meal when the USA chummed the water with the cartels. And I got to look very well, by the way, with Davy Jones. You may have heard of him, Davy Jones. And he has a locker. And anybody who tries to sail drugs into our country, they're getting a one-way trip to Davy Jones' locker. That much I can tell you. Thank you for your attention to this matter.